thing here. We'll get that going. Welcome, everybody. If you don't mind, tweet out the room. Not that I'd have to tell most of you that. Our guest tonight will be with us in just a little bit, talking about 5,000 space aliens. It's going to be exciting. I'll play us our track and see if I can get myself some headphone audio into my headphones. All right. WX8BK, this is the night train. Time to climb on board and find yourself a really cozy place to be. Lots of room for everybody. Invite your friends. And as always, no need to purchase a ticket because the ride is on us. Our opening track tonight was Club Fades Forever by House of the Model. It's pinned up to the top if you're interested in checking it out or purchasing it. I highly recommend you do, and maybe poke around in that and see if there's anything else you like in that wallet as well. It's very awesome. My name is Bits. I am one of your hosts this evening, and hosting with me tonight.
I don't know if maybe it's on mine, but it's like cutting out, like you don't have a good connection.
Well,
Before we get too deep down this rabbit hole.
Oh, well, I don't know what to say about that then.
Anyway.
I give up. I've got audio in my headphones again, so I mean, like, whatever. So I'm like breaking up, like crack-lacking.
Yeah, and I don't. Maybe it's.
I don't know. It's hard to say. Well, we'll figure it out. What's everybody else think? Am I breaking up? Give me a thumbs up if everything is okay. No, everybody's like, "Fuck you, we're out of here."
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll see if we can. I'll see if I can work on it. Bear with me. We'll get going on. We
Yeah.
just can't have a clean space. Sorry, what was that?
I, Everyone else says you're good. I don't know.
All right.
Maybe it's just Twitter's back in. Maybe it's my end. I don't know.
Who knows? Well, we'll move along. I mean, hey,
We'll see.
we know this stuff is never for us to have a perfect one like 100%. I mean, hey, it's Twitter. It's free. We can't really complain about
Um.
that.
So do you know what today is?
Well, today's Tuesday. It's Night Train Day.
Yeah, but like nationally, like not just locally to us.
Oh no, what is it?
It's mic check day. 1 2 1 2.
Oh, check 1 2 1 2. Syphilis, syphilis. Check check. Whoa. Oh, we got some feedback in the monitors here, man. You want to fix that? Thanks. Can you bring up my vocals? No, bring up my vocals. And then the drummers in the background.
Because it's 12 12.
Oh,
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
I didn't know that. Oh, okay, gotcha. It's damn near
Little play on the date.
damn near a dad joke. Damn near a
I
dad joke right
I
there.
heard that today. I can't claim credit for making that up myself.
Right. Okay. Well, no worries. No worries. We won't give you credit then. Well, we'll give you credit on the show for saying it. Thanks everybody for joining us this evening. We're going to have a great show tonight. We're going to be talking 5,000 space aliens with Scott Bateman, I believe is how I say the last name. We'll bring him up in just a few minutes once we do our regular housekeeping that we do here. Our chatting about the weather and how things are going and talking about mic check day 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, man. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, that opening track was good. I love House of the Model. House of the Model is awesome. I really dig some of the tracks that come out there. And the other thing I really like about House of the Model is that all the tracks that are released on Object are all CC by SA, which is really cool. I don't know that I've known anybody else to use them as remixes or anything, but I'm sure people do. It's always cool when an artist creates something or a group of artists creates something to allow others to openly use it and to work on it, which is really cool. Yeah. Speaking of artists and really cool things in 1212 here, for those that didn't know, the WX8BK ornaments are live and happening right now. I'm going to get it all pinned up to the top here if I can find it somewhere. Or maybe if Willie could, because I don't seem to be, my phone seems to be screwing up on me. Man, it's just, we're full of it this week.
Yeah,
So
I
we got,
had it handy here a minute ago.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, we got the WX8BK ornaments up there. The as we started to call them last week, the non-denominational ornaments. If you want to hang them from your Christmas tree, you may do so. If you want to hang them in your window above your sink in the kitchen, or maybe you want to hang them from your car mirror, they could go there as well. I mean, they can go anywhere. You can maybe put them on a keychain too if you wanted to. I don't know.
Hang them on your menorah. I don't care.
Yeah, absolutely, right? That's just all about, having a little bit of fun. I created them. I 3D printed them myself, doing a little bit of experimenting along the way. We'll get it pinned up to the top, and if you're interested, you can definitely partake. And of course, when I wrote up the write-up, it's not mandatory. This space is here every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern, no matter what. There's no cost to get in, no nothing like that. It's just a fun thing that we decided to do, and throw it out there. And we've had a few folks bite on them and pick them up, which we really, really appreciate. It's going to put a little bit of Tez into my wallet, and it's going to put a little bit of Tez back into the WX8BK wallet. I don't know what the last number was. Willie said, I think this year we spent about 140 Tez or something like that. In building our collection in the WX8BK wallet. We've also had donations to the WX8BK wallet in the form of art and stuff like that. So I put this out there if anybody's interested in picking one up. It is a situation where you purchase the NFT and you burn it, and I will be sending you the physical ornament in the mail. So if you'd like to do that, feel free to do so. If you don't want to do that, if it's a little too pricey for you, no worries. No harm, no foul, man. Oh, there it is. It's up at the top now. We've had Innovative kicked it off when I launched them on Sunday, I do believe. Innovative bought the one and only 3-color that was available for purchase. Top of the line, sexy ornament, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I appreciate it very, very much, Innovative. That's going to be going in the mail tomorrow, since I had it in my car today to drop it off at the post office, but I came home with it, and so it's still sitting in my car. Running to the post office is not something I do very often, so it wasn't at the top of my mind. Vendel bought one. Thank you very much, Vendel. Appreciate that very much, for your support and your support in this space as always. Purchasing an ornament was a really big deal to me as well. To see something, I get it. Like when artists create stuff and then you get to see that sale come through, it's a rush. It's really damn cool. I honestly didn't intend for anybody to buy these things, but folks are, and it means the world to me and Willie for you guys to pick them up. Retro Manny also picked one up this afternoon as well, or I guess this evening for him. So muchly appreciated. He's not in here tonight, but definitely going to have to get up in his DMs and do some twittering and give him a shout out for that. Very appreciated. So they are there. They are available. They are happening, and it is a physical item that you will get mailed to you. And if you're like me, getting something in the mail is always badass, man, and especially if it's a piece from somebody in the community. Some artists that you've talked to, or people that you hang out with in these spaces, or what have you. It's a big deal. As a matter of fact, I'm looking on the side of my monitor. I have a wonderful piece of artwork by Jen's a Little Loopy, and I also have a collage that she did for me as well. I mean, getting physical art is definitely awesome. I mean, NFTs are great, but when you can get a little something on the side, that sounded wrong, didn't it? Anyways, so those are up and available, and that's up at the top there.
And you can still win one of the 3 colors.
Oh, right.
Right.
Yeah, totally forgot about that. Thanks for reminding about that. So there's 3 tiers, 4 tiers, 3 tiers, 4 tiers. Anyways, if you buy the lowest tier, there's 2 different ornaments that are available, and it will be randomly selected which one you get in the mail. Of course, if you happen to buy 2 of those, I will definitely give you 1 of each and not stick you with 2 of 1. But up until midnight this Thursday, I think I said midnight. Did I say midnight?
Yeah, I think that's, yeah. I think you said Thursday midnight.
Thursday at midnight. Any purchases of the tier 1 ornaments will be going into a wheel, and we will be spinning the wheel, and the winner of the spin will get the original random ornament, and they will also get one of the coveted 3-color ornaments, which there are only 4 existing. One is going to be in my hands. One is going to be in One Wheel Willie's hands. One is going to be in Innovative hands because he purchased it. And then this other one is the giveaway. So the 4th one will be going out in that raffle draw. So if you want to try your luck at that, there's a little bit of gambling. If you got the gambler inside of you, you can do that as well. And those ones, those ones are at $9.99. 9 Tez and 99. What would you call the cents in Tez?
9.99 Tez.
9.99 Tez, I guess, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Willie's the technical guy here.
Yeah, 9.99 Tez.
Dude, totally. Speaking of drops too, I mentioned Fendel and Retro Mandy. Fendel and O'Ronan dropped a really fire piece today. Definitely want to check that one out. It's a really, really hot audio visual piece. And as well, Retro Manny dropped a first. Lost me. Am I back? Oh, that was so weird.
I didn't know if that was my headphone cutting out.
No, that one was
you dropped.
That was genuinely me. It was my microphone turned around in the stand, and it clicked itself off. It slid down, it clicked itself off. That was bizarre. Okay. So yeah, we'll get those pinned up at the top too, so you can check those out. Check out the Fendel piece.
What were you saying, Retro Manny?
Yeah, I was saying that.
Trying to find.
Yeah, for a retro. So Fendel dropped a piece with O'Ronan, and Retro Manny also dropped a piece today that is going to be a series. He said in the next few, he's going to drop 1 a week or 1 a day, I believe. But if you've ever checked out Retro Manny stuff, it's amazing, as well as Fendel stuff and O'Ronan. They're like powerhouses connecting together to create some amazing artwork. So definitely check those out. We'll get those pinned up at the top so everybody can see what the hell we're talking about, and you can make your own decision. Maybe purchase up some items. I'll tell you what, the one thing that I'll tell you is that if you get into Fendel's collection, I guarantee you won't buy just one. That's what I'll say. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to Fendel's work. And of course, Fendel and Retro Manny are both very, very big supporters of the space. Fendel joins us weekly. He's almost here more than Willie. No.
He has been lately, that's for sure.
Right?
I picked up both those pieces today,
Oh,
actually,
cool.
Spindle and Retro.
I did not get the.
And
Okay.
Retro Manny wanted me to, or told me today that the Outpost 2049 um, will converge with this storyline that he's dropping right now. So they'll
Oh.
kind of come together um, towards the end of January.
Oh, that's neat.
Um, and then the Outpost 29 series will finish up by March. He told me so.
Neat. The Outpost 2049 is a very cool drop. It's a story where each chapter is written by a guest artist, and it's an audio thing as well. Retro Manny gets his wife and her wonderful, clear, crisp voice to read the stories, so you can listen to it like a book on tape, and they're wonderful. I'm suckered in. I love them. I got the Retro Manny one pinned up there at the top. I learned how to use the pinning. Look at me go. every week. Every week. How do we pin again? How do we pin? Damn, I don't know. And I think, see if I can find the Fendel piece here. I was kind of scrolling around. Ah, there it is. We'll get that pinned up at the top as well. Um, Something else I wanted to talk about, for those of us on Tezos, it's not typically a really, really huge problem with hacking and stealing out of people's wallets and stuff like that. But on the old Ethereum and the Bitcoin, it still happens. Based Fish Mafia today, a very well-established group in the Ethereum world. One of the disadvantages to being a successful project and still doing very good in this market is that you end up with people that are going to find ways to hack in and try and steal your stuff. And what they've done is they had a staking contract where they were staking the based fish, and somebody found a back door into it and unfortunately got away with all of the coin and has full access to people's NFTs that are staked. So if anybody in here has BFM, Based Fish Mafia, you might want to check that out and get your fish unstaked before they disappear. It's very, very unfortunate, but BFM is one of the rare.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, go ahead.
From what I understood, it was actually a more global attack on two different like protocols on ETH. So, and they just happen to be using those. So it's not just BFM.
Okay.
I guess is my point here. So I would check to make sure. I would look into that if
Yeah,
you have anything staked on any ETH projects.
yeah, you can do that. Revoke that website. I'm not even going to try and look for that link, but there's ways to revoke permissions on contracts.
I think it's revoke.cash.
Is it revoke?
CASH.
Okay. Google around and find it. I'm sure there is other people on Twitter talking about it if you haven't heard it. Yeah, it has something to do with that ERC 271 contract or whatever it was, if memory serves me correct. Yeah.
I don't think it's 271, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like
One of those contracts. Yeah, I was just like talking out my butt trying to sound like I'm smart, but
yeah.
But it's
if you have anything on ETH stake, I would go to those projects and just make sure and get with
mm-hmm.
the people who are running those and figure out if they're at risk or not.
Yeah, for sure. And those revoking stuff is a really important thing to do. I've forgotten about it because I haven't messed with ETH in almost a year. But it's definitely something you want to do anytime you do any kind of an interaction with minting or stuff like that. You can go to this revoked website and take away the permissions because they're still open. They can be like backdoors. I think that's what happened with me. When I got my wallet hacked, I can't remember what it was. Either that or I clicked on something stupid. And, I look at things 10,000 times before I click on them, but it happens. And I mean, there's bad people in the world, man. If there's a shitty way to do things, somebody's going to work really, really hard to find out how to do it. And unfortunately, in the Web3 world, there's lots of these people, these armchair bastards. But So always be safe, kids. Know what you're clicking on, and don't forget to revoke your permissions. You'll be very surprised, some of you, if you deal with ETH regularly, you'll be very surprised if you go into that revoke. What was it? Revoke.cash. If you go there and check it out, you'd probably be pretty surprised about how many things are still left connected to your wallet. I was very shocked the first time that I did it, but just a little safety tip for you out there. Stay safe, kids. It's wintertime.
Use protection.
The roads are icy. Get a sleeve on your coffee. Right?
Yeah.
That's all I had on my list. What you got going on, Willie? You got anything? Got any big information happening?
Yeah, I had all that on my list as well, but
Oh, okay.
I also am trying to figure out what the hell's going on with Tez polls, and I guess it was some sort of installation at Art Basel.
Oh, that
I
was
don't know.
awesome.
So if anybody has any more information on
So,
that, would like to inform me later.
well, I think what the thing was is that was at the Tezos organized event in Miami, to the best of my knowledge. And then they just had that pillar in the middle of that room that had like wire wrapped around it, and they just like hung some TVs on it, and that's how they were presenting these artists' art. And I believe it was Nicholas Dimes. He didn't take the photo. Somebody else had taken the original photo, and then Nick Dimes is like, "What the fuck? Like, this is a joke. Like, you're trying to promote your chain and all the wonderful artists and on it, and this is how you present them." And it just he minted it, and it went. Nick Dimes was the one who single handedly
Fin-
started that
Findle's
event.
giving thumbs up,
All
so
right, well, so
okay.
Fendel knows. All right, well, I might be good. I really like it when I actually know something too. Yeah, and I mean, it's been going off. I mean, it's been amazing. I haven't bought a lot of the pieces, but it's like all of the artists. Lombril did one, Iteration, and like everybody who's anybody created a Tezpol piece of art, and it is unbelievable. And they're like, it's lit the place on fire. Like, it's been trending on Object, for crying out loud. Like, it's fucking amazing. um, oh, I think Paul probably has some information on it for us. He just had a little request there. We are
Yeah,
gonna,
I saw he minted a couple pieces as well.
yeah, yeah.
And I think it was maybe one of his posts that I even saw it, or like first saw it or heard about it when I just didn't have the time at that time to
Right.
really dig in and figure out what was going
It's
on.
fucking, it really shows, like, when people, when y'all get behind it, when all these artists and all these people get behind it. I love it. That's a big thing about the Tezos community that is, I find really amazing, is like, when people get behind shit, man, they get behind it and create some
Yeah.
waves. Do you have something you wanted to jump up with there, Paul?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of fill Willie in. So yeah, it was when it was live at Art Basel. That was the installation was supposed to be better executed than that. Like from design, they had prepared a pretty elaborate design, but they didn't have the funding or the time or the manpower to pull it off. So what came out was really stressful for Kika as the main curator for Object, and she was really stressing about it. And Nick Dimes took the picture and posted it, and Object 2.0 chat room, where we're doing the beta testing, has a lot of the Tezos diehards in it, and Violet Bond and Michael Micasso pretty much just picked it up and ran with it. And Michael Micasso donated all of the proceeds from his 101 sale to buying Tezpol art, and that just sparked the entire community to make Tezpols. So it went from an embarrassment due to lack of support from, I blame the Tezos Foundation, really,
Truly.
to memeing, to like just a art phenomenon. I believe like now there's even a poll coin, a poll token. So and you can buy art on Pepe at Nunk with poll now. So Shilly has
There you go.
Shilly put a piece up there for like 15 million or something like that, 150 million.
Oh man. And here we are talking polls. Oh, dude. Well, thank you for a little bit.
Anyway, I'll let you guys get back to it. I just wanted to fill you in, Willie.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate that very much. No,
I'm,
it's been brilliant.
I'm sure I'm not the only one that's clueless. Maybe I am.
That was a good vibe, though, man. It's been going hard. It's fucking amazing. Like, I probably could have spent easily 100 Tez on pole art, like, no problem. But, anyways.
I did.
And that's why you can't buy a Christmas ornament now, right? Yeah.
Oh, I sold all of my optimism. I had some that I stashed away, so I sold that, and now I have Tez. So I bought a Christmas ornament right when the show started.
No shit. Thank you, buddy. You didn't have
Thank
to do
you.
that, but appreciate it very much. I always feel so humble. It's like, well, you don't have to. You don't have to. And then people do. It's like, oh, you didn't have to. But it's like, yeah. Let's put a little Tez in the wall. It's gonna be awesome. I've got it all planned out next year. Next year it's gonna be a big vibe. I've got this. I've already got it figured out. I've got the design figured out and everything like that. But we'll wait until we get there. Anyways, so we got some Tez pole action. We got that all figured out. You got anything else there on your list-o-rama there, Willie?
Yeah, I'm gonna, you did all the work on the ornament. You did the design and all the printing, and you're doing all the mailing and everything. So I figured the least I could do is I'm gonna go into my wallet and I'm going to give one away to one of my Oh Hello holders.
Oh,
So
damn.
if you're holding that, somebody will win one of those. And like holds one, and he already bought the original one. So if he wins, I'm just gonna give him the Tez back that he paid for the 3-color.
I own one of
So
those.
he'll
I own
actually be
those too.
getting that for free if he wins that. So
The Oh Hello. The one
yeah,
real
I'm
Willie piece.
exempting me, you, and the WXAPK wallet,
Yeah, fair enough.
all holders of that, because I figured we didn't need that. And
No, that's
so
totally cool.
So 1 in 7. There's only 7 other holders.
Oh,
So
awesome,
like,
Willie. That's
good
killer.
good odds there.
Willie's also the. Willie says he has no hand in it, but Willie was the creator of the idea of the whole layout and how the pricing went and the tiers, and like he figured that it was good. Willie's always
Retro Manny
involved.
did compliment the tiers today, and I was like, oh, thanks.
That was Willie's idea. Nice, cool. All right, right on.
That's it, man.
Okay,
That's
cool.
all I got.
All right. Well, we'll get to our guest of honor in just a second. But Malicious just had her hand up there, so we'll just jump onto her for a second, or jump onto Malicious. That doesn't sound right. Jump onto Malicious for a second. We'll let Malicious unmute and step up. Sorry, Mal.
That's okay. So I wanted to give you more deets on Tezpol.
Oh, shoot.
So yeah, I was like Taya was one of the community partners for that curation with Refraction DAO. So we've been working on that stuff for about a month, and so we had one of our Taya team members, Ryan. He was there. He is now pictured in that photograph in the background. So there's the pole coin, which was established by Sutan, also a Taya Community Core member. Is that me? Hello?
I think Willie's moving around furniture in the background.
Yeah, sorry. I should have muted.
Oh, I see. Okay. So Sutan, one of the Taya Community Core members, started the pole coin, and he did not expect the amount of activity on that, I think, because the something like 500K liquidity or something in it right now in different areas. Nicholas put out a tweet. Things went spicy on Twitter for a bit, and then Violet Bond Art and Mech started a Twitter space, and we're promoting the Tezpol thing, and it's gone off like nobody's business.
It's gone
and
crazy.
It is wild.
It's amazing. It brings warmth to my heart.
Yeah.
Cool.
And Malicious.
Yep.
Do you know if they're setting up the claim still for poll so that anybody who missed the drop can still get their share?
So from the most recent tweet that I saw from Sutan regarding this, if he missed you prior, then you had the opportunity to fulfill some requirements. Like if you had already dropped your wallet somewhere and he missed you, then you could reply to that tweet thread. You need to have staked your TES. You need to pin or post the link to the tweet where you did submit your wallet prior. And yeah, I think those were the only requirements. I'm not sure if he's doing further distribution after that.
Okay. No,
And
I got my drop, but he told me that I didn't have enough activity to qualify for the regular drop size.
Better pick up that activity now. Cool. Well, thank you for that little bit more information about their Mal. Appreciate that very much. Appreciate it. All right. Awesome. All right. Well, I think it's about time that we got our guest of honor up here. I'm going to send out a invite to speak to our guest of honor. Be coming on up here. Sing him up. Do 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 do. I love it. Okay, well, it's time to get to the nitty gritty. We spent a little bit more time on the housekeeping, but hey, when things get rolling and we're happy about stuff, that's what happens, and we appreciate that our guest.
Sometimes the news is hot.
That's right, and sometimes it's super hot. Sometimes it's policious. You just never know, right? All right. So it is time to get to our guest of honor this evening. Really stoked to have our guest. Actually, it was that pinball guy was the guest that we had on a few weeks back, who spoke very highly of our next guest, and then said, "Hey man, got a movie coming out. You should get him on. You should get him on. Get him on." So here we are, and I'd like to welcome up. You can unmute yourself. I always thought you were 5,000 Space Aliens, and then I realized you're Scott Bateman, so we can call you whatever you'd like. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Oh, good, because I was just having some last-minute audio issues while you guys were introducing me. But it seems to have worked out. So how are you guys doing?
Fantastic. Just really great. That's, audio issues, that's the story of Twitter Spaces in general, so,
Definitely. Oh my God.
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Cool. Well, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Really appreciate you taking out some time in your schedule. I'm sure you're doing a lot of autograph sessions and stuff like that now with the movie out.
Oh, before we get started, can I just say about the TES poll thing?
Yeah.
This is why I love the TES community. They see this kind of silly thing and they just come together and make something really good out of it. And that's why I've been with the TES community myself for over a year, and just love to see things work out.
Dude, right? That is so true. It is so damn true, man. I've never felt so much warmth as I do with the TES community. And yeah, you're right. When they find something and they take it and run with it, it's just off the hook. It's so off the hook. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thank you for joining us tonight. If you don't mind, just give us a little introduction and tell us who you are.
Hi. Okay. I'm Scott Bateman. I am the director and creator of this really bonkers animated film called 5,000 Space Aliens. And took me a couple of years to make, and it is now streaming in a lot of places, including Apple TV, YouTube Movies, Google Play, and to my amazement, every cable system in the US.
Wow, that must be such a huge rush for you.
It is, because this is just a small independent. I mean, I'm basically the only person who worked on this movie. I made it all by myself at home. And for a movie this small and indie to get that much exposure is just mind-blowing to me, and it's fantastic, and it feels really good.
Cool. Yeah.
So did you get it licensed out to where it's streaming for free, or is it available to rent and buy?
Right now it's available to rent or buy, and it's also available on DVD at Amazon, which is amazing to me also. But in the coming months, it will move towards being free in places and stuff like that, or streaming, maybe streaming on Hulu or something if we're lucky, but definitely streaming for free in a few months down the road.
Cool.
Very cool.
Oh, and if anyone wants to see a trailer, 5000spacealiens.com. There.
Absolutely. I just wanted to also
Okay.
mention to you. I also want to mention to you too. Anything you want to pin up to the top, feel free to do so. You're here as our guest, and we give you this platform. Definitely feel free to pin it up to the top. Um, I don't think we've had any.
Uh,
I don't think we've had any guests pin up any bad stuff yet. Not yet.
thank you, but like I don't do spaces a lot, so I don't know how to pin something up.
Well, we could learn something today. I was going to say, if
Yeah,
just to give you a quick rundown, if you go down
yeah.
if you find your tweet, and there's the little arrow, the little share arrow, that with the little box kind of thing. If you click on that, our name of the space will be up at the top when you click on that. It looks like it's nothing, but if you click on the name of the space, that's what shares it up to the top. But if you don't want to share, that's fine too. We'll get that. We'll get everybody on track with you and clicking on links and stuff like that for sure. Okay, so
Oh, we'll figure this out somehow.
yeah. No worries, no worries. Very casual space, like don't please don't feel like this is a big serious thing and sweating bullets or anything like that. There's all kinds of. It'll be fun. It'll be scary. Might even be a little bit romantic. You never know. I don't know.
Oh,
So you just want to kind of get a little background on you. So are you? Because I mean, this production was done like a collage kind of thing. Are you a collage artist?
yeah. I do some digital collage, which is what I sell on Tezos these days.
Okay.
But this was for. I mean, I have kind of an animation background, but this is a chance. This is a little bit of a different style for me, with doing some collage type stuff, animating collage type stuff, and also, I guess you kind of call it rotoscoping, where I take found footage and I turn that into animated characters. And there's a lot of found footage type material in this movie from, geez, like old home movies and old TV commercials and all kinds of sources you can find online of footage that I just turned into animated people.
Right. Yeah, I watched it last night. I got about 40 minutes in, and then I watched the rest of it today.
Oh,
Actually,
fantastic.
yeah, I got it. It was funny because I got it last Friday, but then whatever, Apple TV was, I don't know, it was so brutal, man. Like my Apple TV wasn't firing up. Well, I haven't actually literally have not used Apple TV in forever, and I thought, oh, yeah, I'll just jump on it now and do this, and then it was brutal. I was like contacting like. I erased my app and like reloaded it, and then I went to my TV and I tried on my smart TV, and then I contacted them, and they're like, "No, it's your problem." I'm like, "Well, no, it's not my problem." But anyways, I got it fired up last night, and it was a cool adventure to watch. It was definitely something that I'm going to stream past myself again, because there was always these little things, and it was funny when I watched I watched about 40 minutes of it last night. I bet you I
Yeah.
probably actually spent about an hour and a half watching that 40 minutes, because I would stop parts and go, "Oh, that was really cool," and I would go back and like just to catch it again and try and pause it right where I wanted to pause it, because each of these segments is only 1 second. Every alien that you have on there is only on there for 1 second, which is where you get the 5,000, right? So it's an hour and 26 minutes or whatever.
That's right. Yes, and I'm so happy to hear that you watched it that way. That makes me really happy that you're interacting with the animation and stuff that way. And I really did hope to have like a lot of repeat viewings on this, because there's so much you missed the first time,
Hmm.
or in the second, the third time. So glad you are watching it the right way.
Oh, cool! I was watching it the right way. Awesome. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, no, there was just things that caught it. It was really funny because there was even parts where I was like, "Well, I want to see more of that. I want to see more of that." But
Good.
so I rewind it again, and I watch it again, and watch it again, then I watch it again. Kind of a cool. It would be. It's kind of a cool thing to, because I mean, just for people that haven't watched it yet, it's about. Well, you should describe what it's supposed to be. I guess at the beginning it tells you a little bit.
Yeah, you're basically watching a film that was put together by the Space Alien Commission to warn you about the 5,000 space aliens that are living on Earth. And this film shows you 1 second of each, because longer exposure is harmful to the viewer. And hopefully you're watching the movie with your anti-alien glasses on. Watching the aliens, there's also music to kind of help you get through the ride. In which, so it's not so much it's not a movie with not, it doesn't have a plot, but it's definitely more like kind of a ride that you you go on and you just watch, and you just kind of let the movie happen to you.
Mhm. And you did the
And
music.
it's a lot of fun to watch with people as well, because they'll see something that you missed and stuff. So
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. I can definitely tell you, like, even the few times that I, went back, a little bit in some parts, that is like, oh, I didn't even see that the first time. Oh, I didn't even see that the first time. It was very, very, very creative. Um, a very interesting thing. Like, it would be, it's a movie too. Like, to just put it on a screen and let it play over and
yeah.
over, right? With or without the audio, I would find it's a very visually pleasing thing to watch. Um,
Oh, thanks.
Brought me in, anyways. And you did the music as well.
I did, because I was trying to do the movie as much on my own as possible, and very cheaply, because I didn't have a lot of money to make a movie, and I'm like the only composer I can afford. So I just went ahead and did the music myself.
Cool. So what is your so when you were so you're doing the digital collage?
Yeah.
Is that something? Do you do physical collage as well, or is digital collage just where you've started with the collage thing?
Yeah, just digital collage is just so much easier for me.
Mm-hmm.
I can find things all over the internet that I want. I don't have to have like the physical magazine or photos and stuff on hand, and I can just cut them out and play with them in Photoshop and other software. And it's been having a lot of fun doing those, actually. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. When do you do any other kind of art?
Started out as a cartoonist back in the day, and that kind of segued into doing animation as animation became easier to do. Geez, back in the Flash days. But,
Woo!
I know, but that made animation just a lot easier to create, because you didn't have to just draw a million things and film each one,
Right.
one frame at a time and stuff like that. So I jumped right on that bandwagon, and I've been doing animation and stuff ever since. And I've also done some like regular filmmaking as well, with like live people and stuff, which is wild. Kind of dying to get back to that, because I haven't been able to do it since the pandemic started. So
Yeah, that put a wrench into a lot of people's. It's very interesting.
yeah.
It's very interesting how the pandemic, shut a lot of people's, journeys down, and then they turned around and created these new journeys, and
Yeah.
made mountains out of the
It's,
molehills, I guess, if you would say.
yeah. You just do the best with the lemons you've been handed, and
Hell
make
yeah.
the best lemonade you can, and go from there.
Or limoncello, if you like that. Hey Willie, right? Little
Hey yo.
limoncello. Well, that's really cool. Um, so did you go to school for filmmaking, or is it something you've self-taught yourself?
Oh no! I went to college. I think I majored in psych in college, actually. I've never used it as in a career or anything. So that was well worth doing.
Have
But
you
I've
ever
always
used it
been,
to just like manipulate people in a bar to get you to get them to buy you drinks?
yes, so that's been very helpful in that way,
That's what
certainly.
I would do.
It's
It's called the Stanford Prison Experiment, kids. Let's try it out.
that's how we got
No, but
Seven Wives too.
I've been cartooning and animating for a long time, and so I wanted to do that on a bigger scale. And so I think it was about 8 years ago. I went on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire,
No way.
and yeah, and I won like $100,000.
Wow.
And
Well,
so
I think
yeah,
we're just dumbfounded by that.
so I was able, but I was able to put some of that money toward filmmaking, buying a decent camera and sound equipment and stuff like that, and that was kind of the beginning of my filmmaking journey. Was getting a lump sum of money and watching my favorite films as kind of a film school.
Oh, now I gotta go
Do
back.
Mm-hmm.
you remember the question that you missed?
The last question I got correct. I got, because after that I was able to. I still had like the pass a question, and then I could walk away at the $500,000 question. But last question I got for the $100,000 was something like, Oh yeah, Jerry Garcia of the Grateful Dead um, funded this nation's basketball uniforms at the 1992 Olympics.
I got no answer for that.
USA would be my only thought.
Well, this was like kind of my Slumdog Millionaire moment because I was living in Portland in 1992, and there one of the players on the Portland Trailblazers at that time was Arvydas Sabonis, the Lithuanian guy, and Jerry Garcia is a big fan of the Portland Trailblazers because you know that if you live in Portland because there's nothing else to talk about. So I was 90% sure it was Lithuania just based on diagram of things I know about Portland at that time.
Huh. And that's what we all learned today.
Well, I totally would have missed that one.
And like nobody else would have gotten that question, but it was like the right question for me, so it worked out fine.
That's awesome. That's
great.
I gotta go find that episode. I gotta go find that episode now. Just to say, I know that guy. He hung out with Regis.
Or watch it with somebody, and when it gets to that question, just answer it like you knew it all the time.
Right?
There we go.
And you impress everyone you're with in the room.
Fuck.
And that's how you get people to buy you drinks.
Yes, this is how the cycle.
You go, I bet you a beer that it's Lithuania. Pause it. No, pause it right here.
You know what? I gotta, or you even like impress them even more and read the question before it even gets read. Oh shit!
Whoa! I bet this will be about basketball in 1992, man. Bet you $10.
And that's how you make money.
That is how you make money. Yes.
Well, that's
so,
cool.
Yeah, that was the beginning of my making films, and that's a very strange origin story, but it was my way in.
That's really dope how the universe has some kind of a plan for people, right? And things just kind of work out.
It does feel that way sometimes. Yeah, it's really great.
That is really cool. So when you were just because we want to, we always like to get a lot of background. When you were we're not going to ask for your. So I was going to say social insurance number, but I guess you guys don't have those in the States. But when you were a kid, were you artistic when you were a kid? Was it a big thing when you were a kid? I mean, we all know everybody plays with crayons and stuff like that, but were you ever artistically inclined as a kid, doing little cartoons and stuff?
Yeah. Actually, I always drew from like a really early age. Drew little cartoon penguins and stuff like that, and it was just what I did. And apparently, I don't remember this exactly, but I have my older brother is 4 years older, and when he brought home his first library book in like first grade or kindergarten maybe, and I thought it was a coloring book, so I took crayons to this library book and just colored in every page. And then they got in big trouble because I ruined the library book, so that was fun.
And now that library book would be worth something.
I hope so. Yes, I doubt they saved it, but that would be cool.
Oh, Willie dropped out. Looks like Willie had some issues, so we got rid of Willie. Thank God we got rid of Willie. Oh man. Let's see if we can get him back up in here again. Technical difficulties all around.
I'm jumping from phone to phone. Oh, there's my feedback. I've been waiting to have feedback, and there we go. I had it. Awesome.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just getting that thing where I can't hear one person.
Oh, they're doing that again for you?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
actually, I wanted to thank Willie because he bought a piece of mine on Object a little bit before this. We started the space tonight.
Dude.
Yeah, it was a cool little collection.
Oh, thanks.
So, I was like, oh.
That's right. And it just took.
I was having a hard time deciding between all the ones that were listed too. Actually, I was like, I almost picked up a couple, but then I needed to make sure I had enough Tez if Inno wins my giveaway.
Right.
Yeah, no, these pieces are great. And actually, the only reason I didn't buy anything was because I just ended up clicking through them all. And then, okay. and then went, shit, where was that one that I really liked? I don't know. But I guess the whole lesson to that is I should have just bought every one that I liked. Honestly.
You see, we've learned something here tonight, and that's to buy everything.
Right? Just
Right.
buy frivolously. Just buy it. Just buy it. So are these are all of these are in this collection that you have here in Tez? These are all movie scenes. Am I correct in saying that, or am I wrong?
You are incorrect.
Oh, okay.
No, these are special. I mean, a couple of them are based on movie
Okay.
stills, but I would say
Okay.
that about 95% of them are original pieces that I've done.
Okay.
Just based on um, mostly based on photos that I have found, like old photos, but some of them based on AI images I dredged up.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, because there's a couple here that I've definitely looked at that seem like ones that I saw, but I didn't know. And obviously, I guess you would have put that in the description if that was the case, now that I think about it. So, you know, there's definitely a few in here that I want to make some offers on to see if I can get them out of people's hands. Because I know there's a couple in here. There's Hen Animation 8. It's like a big sign that says drugs that pops up, and like a chick in an old 50s bikini kind of thing, and or swimsuit.
Oh yeah, that's a very old piece.
Oh,
Yeah,
I love it.
that. Yeah, that's been a while.
Yeah, no, I love that one. It's like, but I've looked at a few of them. I'm like, well, maybe I could see if I could just kind of grapple these out of people's hands. You never know. You never know. Um, so when you
Well, if it's still mine, I'm always open to offers.
yeah,
So
I don't
go
think
for it.
I don't think it is. Actually, oh, I just found it here too. That's so funny. It's like I had it bookmarked or something, which I didn't. I did not. No, it's not. It's not owned by you anymore. But that's all right. It's all part of the fun. Yeah, no, these are great pieces. I mean, the collage stuff that folks are doing. I never realized how much I enjoyed it until I kind of got into this space and started meeting some of these people doing collage, and it was kind of like I think back, in elementary school when we used to do it, it's like, okay, it's art time, kids, and here's the big box of magazines, and let's make collages, right? And like I remember it, and it was fun. It was really enjoyable, like going through the magazines and ripping things out and like making these
Oh yeah,
pictures with
yeah.
it, right? So kind of rekindling it with some of the artists that we've spoken to on this space and collected from and met personally. I dig it, man. I really dig it. It's cool what people can create, and it's amazing how things can fit together that were never intended to be together, too.
That's what I like about it. And also, you can kind of let people make up their own story. You can be kind of surreal with very different imagery and words and stuff, and people can kind of make up their own meaning to it. And I really dig that.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, as an artist, yeah, that's definitely got to be really super cool when you're putting this out there, and then people start creating their own little reason for why you did it or what it is, right? Oh man, I gotta stop looking at these. It's like, man, okay, get this one. I should buy this one. All right.
Cool. Thank you.
So when you got into the Web3, was Tezos your first stop, or did you do the ETH first, or the Bitcoin?
Oh, I started in ETH. Like a lot of people, I got here into these Web3 stuff right after Beeple's big sale in like 2020, 2021. When was that? A couple years ago.
Yep.
And just really dug the art I was seeing. There were so many. Oh my God, so many talented artists in this space, and I was just blown away by how good the art was, and how nice the artists were too. Once I discovered where everyone was gathered on Twitter, then that was it for me. Yeah.
And then, so have you minted on ETH as well?
I have a collection of stuff. Actually, I have a collection of little clips from the movie on OpenSea.
Maybe that's what I saw.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah,
well, I'm just making. I'm making
about
shit
a couple,
up now.
like 3,000 or 4,000 of the clips from the movie are on OpenSea. A lot of them aren't listed right now. Some of them are, and yeah, it's. I haven't had much luck with in ETH this year because of ETH, but and gas being gas. So, but hopefully that'll pick up again sometime.
Well, here's hoping in 2024 everything turns around, right?
Oh yeah.
If you will it, it will come, right? Isn't that what they say? Wish it into happening.
Working on it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We've all read The Secret.
I don't read anything, so I don't know. Oh shit! I'm getting feedback again. Damn it, bits. Damn Canadians messing everything up. What are you doing, Willie? You hooting there?
What's that?
You're coughing into the microphone. You having a hoot or?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
no, no. I don't smoke during the show. You know me.
Oh, right. Okay. That's just me. All right then.
Yeah, that's just you.
Fair enough.
I get too paranoid.
Bits is gonna come and get me through the microphone, man. Where are these voices? Where are these voices coming from?
No, it's more like, am I not talking enough? Should I be saying something? I think I should be saying something. When's the last time I talked?
Did that sound stupid? I don't know what
Do I
happened.
need to say something? I don't need to say anything. Never mind.
I thought I was talking. Oh no,
Yeah.
am I not talking?
Is everybody staring at me? Oh wait a minute, they can't be staring
Exactly.
at me. I don't know. Okay. Good times. So when you were creating this movie, like I'm not totally familiar with creating a movie, but I know that usually like a storyboard is how things go, right? And like this is, lay it out. This is how things are going to go. How the hell did you lay this out and determine what was going where and how it was going to happen?
Oh, that's a good question because this is a really unusual movie in that it's usually you would storyboard a movie scene by scene by scene, and of course this is no narrative, no plot. So basically, I just created. Gosh, I probably created over 10,000 of these shots just to get 5,000 good ones. You should see the bad ones; they're terrible. And then, but basically, when I felt like I had 5,000 good ones. That's when I just started editing at that point, and just by basically what felt good, very intuitively, actually, like what feels good to have together. What, like, sometimes you have a shot that reacts to a previous shot, and the next shot reacts to that reaction. Or sometimes you have like the same gesture or motion in several shots in a row, or it's the same color or texture going on. And so there were a lot of ways to do it. And I decided not to worry too much about getting it perfect because I would still be editing it if I were. I mean, there's like a million ways you could edit 5,000 individual shots in any order. So,
right.
So I just kind of went with what felt good, and I really like how it turned out. So,
yeah, it's really neat. Like Willie and I were kind of chatting about it because I had sent the trailer to Willie or the link there, and he checked it out. He's like, "Well, what's going on here? Is there like actually a movie, or is this just like a like?" He's like, "I'm really," and I said, "Well, no, I think it's more like an art piece. Like, and this is how it is. Whatever. Like, okay, kind of cool." And then when I watched it, of course, that is what it was, and yeah,
Yeah, I've watched the trailer several times, and I'm still confused as hell. But I think like I'm just going into it with with too much of a traditional like plotted storyline movie. So you saying like there really isn't any of that? I'm like, okay, all right. So now I kind of know what I'm in for. I need to just smoke a ball and fucking sit back and relax and enjoy.
That's the best way to watch the movie, frankly.
That's probably
that's the thing, though. People, have this expectation of movies now that there's going to be a story, there's going to be a narrative, there's going to be characters and stuff. And it wasn't always, that way with films back 100 years ago when films were still trying to get going. Films could be all kinds of different things. And so I kind of wanted to try, just do something different, basically. I want to see, I get tired of seeing it's kind of the same old plotted narrative movies. It's the same story a lot of the times in some of these movies.
Well, yeah, it's because the script.
I just wanted to see something. Yeah, it was just a little. It would be just fun to watch and not have to think about too much.
Yeah, and it is. It definitely is. It's exactly that. And I mean, yeah, about the having a puff and sitting back and watching it. That's why it took me an hour and a half to watch 40 minutes.
Right.
And then
it's definitely a very cool concept. It's like, okay, is it a movie, or is it just like a really long form visual collage piece?
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm having people. That argument is happening about the film now. Actually, people are like, "Well, this isn't a movie; it's something you'd see in an art gallery, or this is just a long music video or whatever. But as the director, I say it's a film. It's my call.
Mm-hmm. No, it's very enjoyable. I say it was awesome to watch it, and I definitely know that I'll watch it a few more times as well. And
Oh,
again,
fantastic!
like
So
go ahead, Willie.
be before you started on it, were you thinking like this throwback to like before talkies part of filmmaking? Like really early film like that? Were you thinking that, or is that kind of something that, after you started getting into it and put it together, you're like, well, this is kind of what it is.
It's actually, I mean, maybe that wasn't like the best example to use. I think more the example here, instead of like early film, is more like experimental film from like the 50s, 60s, and 70s, where people were doing all kinds of crazy things with
Like
film.
Jodorowsky.
Yeah, he's
However you say his name.
Jodorowsky.
Yeah.
God, I love the Holy Mountain. That's a great one. Yeah, and also, but also like the stuff you would see, like like Andy Warhol was making films, experimental films during the '60s, and not many people remember about that. And so there were just a lot of people making films to show like at galleries and museums, and there were not necessarily. In fact, they were on purposely not having much of a plot or anything. They were trying to just see what else movies could do.
Okay.
I don't know but a lot of people, you start talking about experimental film, they kind of shut down, like, oh, that's boring stuff. But I really love experimental stuff. So
No, I
I
think
think it's just something we're just not used to. We're not used
that's the
to
thing.
seeing or talking about, and so
it's
we
hard
just
to
don't
see.
know. We don't know how to react, really.
Yeah, and it's hard to see, so you don't get to see a lot of it. And
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like there's something I heard about the film industry about like big film industry of like, well, you can't just go in with an idea. Like if you're trying to sell a movie, you can't just go in with an idea. You have to go in and pitch it as two previous ideas put together.
yeah, I've heard that. It's like this
So
meets that, and
yeah. So it's like nobody can visualize it. So it has to be something that's already been done for anybody else to understand what you're trying to pitch.
yeah, exactly. It's like Star Wars meets When Harry Met
Love
Sally.
Actually.
Yeah. Love Actually. Yeah. Love Actually in space.
Yeah. I like how we kind of butted heads on that same thought there.
I was just thinking, as soon as you guys said When Harry Met Sally, I just remember that damn scene, the orgasm scene.
Oh, jeez.
Right? Nobody can forget that one. Sorry. I'm still looking at these. I'm gonna buy a couple pieces right now. But anyways, while we're talking here, shit, I forgot what my question was.
Actually, I'm gonna have to go pretty soon. So maybe just like one or two more questions. And,
sure.
I gotta head downstairs.
Absolutely.
Okay, I want to talk about and I want to ask you why the release on DVD. Because I'm going to pick it up on DVD, and I have a reason, but I want to know why you decided to do that, and like how like what is that process these days anymore?
Well, actually, it's interesting. I didn't get to decide this. The distributor decided that they would put it out on DVD. I'm thrilled about it because I am starting to want to get back into home physical media. I'm kind of tired of films being on a streaming service for a while. That your favorite film is like, it's on Netflix, then you go and it's not there anymore. You don't know where it is. And so I'm I like this idea of getting back into having all the movies at home. And so I'm really thrilled that it's on DVD. Hopefully it'll be on Blu-ray in the next year, but I think your DVD is just kind of testing the market.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a conversation a lot right now, and this was probably a decision that happened before this conversation has been like brought up, because it's only been like a week or maybe a week and a half ago that Sony and some other platforms started removing previously purchased
Oh yeah,
movies and
yeah,
shows off of their
right.
platforms. Like you went in, you bought it, you paid your $20, you thought you were going to have it forever, but in that terms of service, it says you have the right as long as they have it. And they just started, like, they lost the rights or something.
Yeah.
I don't know the full background, but they just started
Yeah.
pulling, shows and movies that people had purchased.
You didn't. Yeah, it turns out you didn't buy the movie; you bought the right to watch it.
Right.
When you want to on our service, as long as we have it.
Right, and
this is not what people thought they were buying.
And that combined shortly after Best Buy announcing that they're no longer going to sell Blu-rays and DVDs. Everyone was like, "Well, wait a minute. So now we can't buy them, and now you can take them away at any time? No. I don't think I like this."
Yeah, sometimes the future sucks.
Right. That's where I kind of want to get back into that. That actually pushes me. I didn't know that. That actually, it's kind of where I want to get back into. I used to always digitize everything I had, right? So it all went on a hard drive, so I could take it to my cabin and watch movies when I wanted to. And even I would literally old school record it digitally, right? Like I would start the movie and digitally record it so that I could get it, if I couldn't rip it in some way, shape, or form. But wow, that pushes me even more to do it now. I did not know that. How come there isn't more of a big uprising about this? They're sneaky little bastards. Sneaky.
One of those things they don't want you to know.
I just wanted to, Fendel's popped up to ask a question, but I just wanted to ask, so how has this been received? Have you got lots of purchases? How have the views been? What are the numbers like? Or is it picking up steam? Is it come out of the gate like charging?
Here's the thing. I don't know. The numbers are not, they're very, the numbers will not get shared with me for a few months. So I'm hearing good things anecdotally. I see there have been some sales on Amazon and Barnes and Noble for the DVDs, which is great. But I can't know official streaming numbers for a while.
Okay, well, I'm there.
I'm hearing from people watching it and liking it, so that's good news.
So if you would have been able to release it as easily on Tezos or ETH or any other blockchain for that matter, and gotten that instant feedback like any other art sale, would you have done that?
Well, I mean, if the tech were okay for that to happen,
yeah,
maybe, probably. I don't know. I mean, when you're a filmmaker, you really want your stuff out as broadly as possible, just so as many people can see it as possible. And not everybody's up to speed on Web3 yet, so
you're not as concerned about that immediately, where how many people have watched it or whatever.
I would like that, but it's not, I don't know. Pass.
No, that's a perfectly acceptable answer. I just think it's an interesting conversation.
There's stuff on both sides. There's stuff on both. There's pros and cons on both sides of that. So I don't really know how I'd come down on it.
Now that I think about it too, that Willie said that, I probably should have bought it on DVD because it would have been cool just to have that in my hand and that little piece there. But I guess I still could if I wanted to drop some more. I mean, it was only I don't know what it was, 20-something Canadian or something like that. It was no big deal. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
It's no big deal when you run a baller show like the Night Train. The sponsors are rolling in the money.
I just hope it's packaged in a classic CD case so I can run my thumb down that, get that opening satisfaction.
Oh yeah. I honestly don't have one of the physical ones yet, so I don't know how it's packaged. So hopefully, it looks like it's packaged like a regular old DVD, which will be fine.
It'd be cool if it came in like the old. It'd be cool if it came in like the old loss prevention packaging too, like the big.
Oh yeah, the big old plastic.
Yeah.
Thing,
yeah.
Findle, you got a more intelligent question?
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to buy your film. I'm super excited. It's a bonus question because I grew up in Portland and I went to high school with Damon Stoudemire.
Oh my God, so cool. Well, you know who Damon Stoudemire is in this room. It's great.
Well, let me tell you, he was definitely playing a different game than the rest of the people on the court in high school. No doubt about it.
I'll bet.
But aside from all that, I was just curious. Like Willie just stole my second question, but my other question was for you was like, what are your favorite films? I mean, like what was your inspiration like to make this film? What did you love like that kind of inspired you to get to this?
Oh, thanks. That's a really cool question. Well, for me, like, growing up, the Beatles movie Yellow Submarine was like on TV like all the time for some reason. And so I watched that a lot growing up, and it's always been a big influence on the kind of colorful animation that I like to do and stuff like that. Just a wonderful movie. If you've never seen it, it's really cool movie. And also, like, I don't know if anybody in this room remembers the TV show Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Hell yeah.
But the Terry Gilliam animations on that show were very influential on me as well. The way he would make those animations out of like old photos and stuff, they would just do wild, crazy things. The foot would come down and stomp on people. The best.
That is so true, man. The Monty Python shit, man. Totally forgot about that. We've probably watched, and we've all probably watched them a million times. Well, some of us in here, anyways. Us old folk.
Yeah, I've never thought about it that way, as it like being animated. I don't know. It's just one of those things you see so many times that you don't think about
those
what
little
it is or
animated
how
bits
it's
in
done.
between. Got those little animated bits between the sketches, and it's I loved all of it.
Just because we have Fendel up here, and the one question I thought he was going to ask, or maybe he was going to. Was that all your questions, Fendel?
Well, I was just gonna say, like, if you ever need sound design or, I am always here for you, my friend. My goodness, I just love it. But yeah, like, yeah, I do have one other question for you. Like, what now? Like, what are your plans after this movie?
Well, well, first, thank you for the sound design. That's something that's one area that I'm not as good at as the other stuff. So I could maybe talk to you at some point about that. But I just made a short film using AI called "Can We Really Know Anything About Carrots?"
Seen it.
And that's and that film just had its world premiere at the South Texas Underground Film Festival in Corpus Christi last week.
Hot damn.
Yeah.
You need me to get you some information? I live, about 3 blocks away from the person who owns Bolt House.
Oh, cool.
So if you need to know about carrots.
Oh, okay.
That's literally my backyard.
I was fucking lost on that one, man.
Yeah. Very, very few carrots were harmed in the making of the film. So that's
That's really fucking cool.
So I basically just used like Midjourney like version 3.0 to make that film, and because I liked the older, so to speak, AI style, the earlier AI style compared to the nicer stuff you get now. It was much more strange and wonderful back in versions 2 and 3.
The 17 fingers and a twisted arm.
Yes, exactly. And you ask for like the Eiffel Tower, and in the background it gives you 7 of them.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. I would never think of doing that. And but I also had ChatGPT write the script, and then I had like the voice on my computer do the narration. So,
oh, wild! That's a great use of the tools. We've had that conversation numerous times about. I know Willie and I are big fans of the older versions of Midjourney, and we kind of like the old the less refined. Don't get me wrong, the newer stuff that comes out is very amazing, but we definitely
It is.
I'm a big fan of the little bit of the older versions where you get like the weird like everything is perfect about this picture except there's a human hand coming out of that cat's ass. What is up with that?
Yes, exactly.
And now that I look at it more, I kind of
love
like
the
that too.
surrealism of it because it's stuff like a human would never think of doing,
Right?
and then like this machine just like comes up with these Dolly-esque things with multiple arms and lumps of flesh and stuff. It's amazing.
Absolutely. Is there any plans? Is that going to be available to us and the rest of the world at some point in time, do you think?
In the coming few months, I'm still trying to get it into film festivals. They don't like it when people can see it online just as
Sure.
easily. So, but in the spring, that will probably go up on Vimeo, or maybe I'll put it on, figure out a way to blockchain it. I haven't decided yet. Maybe it'll go up on Beam or something.
Cool. Talented dude.
But yes, in the spring that will be available for people to watch, and I'm really looking forward to the NFT, the Web3 people seeing it because this is the biggest concentration of AI fans. So
yeah, other people are scared of it.
yes,
I'm like, wait, aren't we the only actual fans of AI?
Right, yeah, right.
As Web3 people?
Technically, yeah.
Well, and kids trying to cheat on their book reports.
I was gonna say, yeah, and people whose bosses don't know it exists and they're having to write their reports and stuff for them.
Yeah, right.
Right.
For real. Cool, man.
I saw today in the news that like a lawyer was trying to use it to write briefs. It did not work well for him.
Oh, it's so funny. I like how people try to use it and then get busted for it. It's funny. But
it is.
It's entertaining. It's a good tool. They're all good tools. I mean, they're all great tools. Whether you're using ChatGPT or the Midjourneys or anything like that, like the AI stuff they're all very, very good tools, and they're creating huge opportunities for people. And I mean, creating movies with them too. Like, wow, bam.
Yeah. Well, as an artist, I just wanted to try. I always want to try the newest tools and stuff that are out there. So I just wanted to see if I could make an AI movie that's kind of a parody of AI, and that was fun. It was fun to create that.
That's exciting. Did you get any feedback from that in the film festival? Did like how that went over? Did you have anybody down there? I mean, I'm guessing you weren't there to watch the screening.
Oh no, I'm up in New York. I'm up in New York State, so that's a long way to go just for a short film.
Right.
But I guess the screening went well, and I'm hoping we get another couple of film festivals. But AI is kind of contentious in film, regular film world, not film 3, but regular film world is a little leery of AI still, obviously, because they went on strike over it. So we'll see how it does out there. But I know it'll find a home online in a few months because that's really where the fans of the movie are.
Dope. And I think really, I mean, and kudos to you just on you saying that. Like, good on you for getting it in there and getting it into that film festival and making it happen, getting it out.
Just want people to see it. Like, the people who make the decisions about film festivals and stuff to see this is happening, basically. Yeah. So.
Well, and it wasn't like you were, and to show people that you weren't trying to create another Angelina Jolie movie or something like you weren't trying to right, like you weren't trying to steal like actors' jobs and shit like that. Like it's a total different realm.
No, I don't have like a little AI Kevin Hart running around and falling all over the place and The Rock yelling at him. So
were you really on?
That sounds like $1 billion movie. What
right?
are you talking about? Why aren't we producing that right now?
Were you really on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or was that AI? Wait a minute.
Oh,
it's going to be Central Intelligence meets Jungle Book. Jungle Cruise. I screwed it up. I meant to say Jungle Cruise.
In space.
Disney will love it.
In space.
Man, that's awesome. Cool, man. Yeah, well, if you got things to do, man, we're more than welcome to cut you loose and set you free off to do your creative things and live your life. It's late for you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. You guys have been great. This is a lot of fun, actually, and fantastic. And thanks so much.
No, I appreciate you very much. And definitely, we would like to have you back again. We'll touch base with you again, and definitely have you back, because I know that, as always, these conversations, they stir up more questions and thoughts. Like, especially after you leave, we'll be talking about you, and we'll be like, shit, we should have asked that. Shit, we should have asked that. So
it
for
always happens after I leave a room. Everyone
Right?
talks about me for like an hour. Or
Yeah,
so.
yeah. No, well, I mean, initially we'll
Is
talk shit, but
you've got a great voice, and a great pronunciation of the English language. Do you speak in this movie at all? Like, do we get to enjoy some
No,
of that some more? Or?
no, but I have in previous film projects I've done. I have narrated, so I've and yeah, I people seem to like my voice. I don't know.
right?
It's just my voice. I don't know.
Great. That
It,
sounds funny.
it,
It's like me.
no, you sound very like radio or TV, like voice strain, like
Oh, thank you.
very clear and concise, and
He sounds
got
proper.
this nice baritone to it.
Definitely.
Yeah, it sounds proper.
It's proper.
I don't know where I picked that up, but thank you.
Uh, right on. I was just checking out your IMDb tier too. You're somebody. You've done some things.
A couple things,
Couple
yeah.
things. Oh,
I like to keep busy.
that's awesome. Well, we're really happy that you do, and that you create and share it with the world, because we would definitely be a lesser place without you. 100%.
Well, appreciate the support, and buying, getting the movie and buying the art and stuff is fantastic. So
My pleasure.
thank you.
You're very welcome. Anytime you've been on here, anytime we can be of assistance to you with our platform in any way, shape, or form, with anything, feel free to reach out to us. You can pop in here if you ever decide, late one night, you're like, oh, I'm going to go check out one of them Twitter spaces, and we happen to be here on a Tuesday, we're here. Anything we can do for you, we'd be more than happy to do it.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be back.
Awesome. I'll be back. Oh, that's another movie thing.
Okay, you guys, take it easy. I'll see you later.
Cheers. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Woo. Damn, you always hate it when they come on with a better voice than you. Fuck.
I know, right?
Who else was like that?
Like, oh man,
Skeletor was it? Skeletor. Remember Skeler? He was the same way, man. He came on like, fuck, dude. I like to be the one with the silky voice in the room. Fuck sakes.
I agree.
Cool.
And I know it's not me, so
Yeah. And of course, folks,
no, I wish I would have known we didn't have a whole lot of time with him, or I don't know. I probably would have got into some deeper questions and not been so superficial about a couple things.
that's all good.
That's all right. We'll hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to him
No,
again.
we definitely will. Like I've already got 1,000,001 questions to reach out and talk about. I mean, hey, but like we always tell every one of our guests and everybody, you come and you put in as much time or as little time, because you're volunteering to come here, and if you want to be here for 20 minutes and bump out, that's fine. It's no big deal. It's always nice to make sure that our guests know that they're not tethered to us, and there's no obligation. Once you're here.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's more like on my side of like, I'm like, oh man, I've been taking it for granted, like how long many guests stay with us, and like how free and flowing the conversation can be.
Mm-hmm,
Like,
mm-hmm.
oh, I should have got down to a little more business on some things on this.
Yeah, fair enough. That's no big deal. He didn't mention how much time he had to spend with us either to me, so it's no big deal. We'll have him back on. I think that's all the more. I think it's a really good opportunity for us to just have him back up for 2.0. It's really cool. I do highly recommend to folks here, if you got the time and you got the energy, you got a little bit of good old USD cash, kicking around, feel for check the film out. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna watch it a few times. I know I'm gonna watch it a few times. It was very interesting, and it's not something that you have to get really involved in. Like you can watch it, walk away from it, come back to it, and it's not like you're missing a plot or anything like that. But it's very, very cool, and it's cool that he mentioned like the Monty Python thing, like those cutout animations that were in between the skits, because it's very true, and it's kind of that feeling that you get with his animations that he did for this film. So That was awesome. That was exciting to have him here. I didn't even get high yet. Like, wow. Shit, I only had one glass of wine. Man.
I'm looking at his IMDb now too,
Yeah.
and you know, next to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, self-returning champion on Jeopardy. So not only was he on Jeopardy, he was on it twice
Holy shit. I didn't see that.
because he won the first one.
God damn. Smart guy. Super smart guy. Probably way too smart to be talking to us.
Yeah, probably knows way more useless stuff than I do.
Right?
I don't
Well,
like that. I like to be the one that knows all the useless information in the
right.
room.
I don't think I would. I don't think I would have made it to the $100,000 point on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
I think I definitely would have on a
It's
couple of them.
you know it's hard to say that.
I definitely would have made it to there, but I did not know this. I did not know the question that he.
Mhm.
I didn't know that about.
Actually,
Portland.
that's not true. There's been a few times where I remember when I used to watch it religiously that I made it pretty damn far. But of course, the one time that you would get on there, it wouldn't be those fucking questions, right? You'd get fucking
Right.
Here's who was the who was the
or you get Slumdog Millionaire like him, and you get this one question that's like, oh, well, I'm from Portland. Of course, I know this one.
Thank God. If I was from New York, I'd have been fucked. Oh,
Yeah.
dude. Oh man, 100%. Oh, I was just gonna say Nikki Dimes, but Nikki Dimes just bounced out. Oh, Mal disappeared too. She must have had business to go attend to. Cool. Well, alrighty. Well, what are we gonna do? I'm gonna stretch out. I think I'm gonna have a puff. Definitely do that. Man, there was some good stuff today. I'm so happy that some of y'all folks have bought some of the ornaments. That really made me happy. It really warms my heart. Like, I can't tell you enough how much that warms my heart to see some of those suckers going out. I can't wait to mail them out to all too. Big deal. It's one thing, in this, it's really, as I said at the beginning of the show, I mean, it's really cool. The NFTs is definitely something. But to get something physical, I mean, I know Willie likes physicals.
Yeah.
Insert joke there. But like
I was looking at stuff and I was trying to come up with a joke on that, like, doctor's exams, whatever.
Yeah, right. No kidding. Oh, cool. But yeah, no. So this,
I'm still a little blown away. I'm still a little slow.
That's all right. No worries. No worries. Yeah, wait until you watch the 5,000 Space Aliens. I kind of think, and actually, the only reason I did not get the.
That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to find the DVD link again.
Oh, right.
I'm gonna go buy it on DVD right now.
There you go. It's on Amazon. You can just get her on Amazon. I'll get
$13.99 on Amazon.
I'll get it on Amazon and then
for the DVD.
I'll get it on Amazon and then I'll rip it and I'll return it. No, just kidding. But I did buy it today. I bought it on Friday. It took me until last night to get it to fucking work on my Apple TV. That was so stupid. That's the first time I've had issues with anything like that. It was so weird. It was there. And it was on my phone. Like, I even downloaded it. I'm like, well, it's there. It's taking up space on my phone, but it's not working. And they're like, well, did you try, erasing the app and reloading? And it's like, yeah, of course I did. For Christ's sakes. It's like when people ask you if you checked your junk mail. It's like, dude, this is not 1992. Of course I check my junk mail. Like, I hate it when they say that.
Did you, though? Because I don't.
I do. I always check my junk mail, man. I always check my junk mail because shit ends up in there all the time. Okay, well, I guess you're the person that's why they still say that shit. Check your junk mail? Oh, man. Dude. I see Poke Shaman down there. Thank you very much for popping in there, buddy. Jay, of course. Sister Sage. Innovative, as we mentioned before. And Mr. Fendel Mark up in here. Yo. Fendel, great piece. We didn't even know that was coming out. That's like Fendel just snuck that one out today. Just there it is. Tuesday morning vibe. Bam. Which I still have to get that one as well. Oh, I really wish. We got to put in everybody's got to start pushing Object to make it so you can curate and make different albums and shit for your collections. Because I really want that. I'm not going to open 50 wallets so I can have 50 object profiles so I can start organizing it like that, right? Totally. If anybody wants to pop up and chat, of course, the mic's always open, especially with this crew in here. It's a good, friendly crew. That was a good chat with that dude. I was really happy that, I guess I was expecting that pinball guy to be in here, but again, right, it's like 1 in the morning for him, right? or
Yeah.
something like that. So he
And him,
noticed it.
I think he listens back to some of the recordings
Yes.
too, so
Yeah.
he'll probably catch that on the record.
Yeah, he totally does. He has expressed that a couple times to me about that. So I'm sure he'll pick that one up on a recording as well. Our recordings, the recording listens have been actually picking up over the last couple of months when I'm checking the stats and stuff like that. Our recorded replays have been picking up. Whether those folks are listening to the whole shows or not, I don't know, but I don't care. A replay is a replay is a replay is a replay. It's all good. It's all good.
Numbers and numbers, man.
Yeah, that's right. Next week, for those of you that are in the room here, I didn't even mention it off the top of the show. Next week, we have Joe Rogan's dad is going to be our guest here. Somebody who's played a big part in the space and kind of taken a little bit of a step back for a little bit. We're going to have him in here. That'll be really cool. We had him popped in a little while back as a guest, or not as a guest, sorry, just as a listener, and came up and chatted with us. So there's going to be lots of good conversation there, that's for sure. So if you're all interested in that,
Yeah, I had to really I want to go back and listen to that space because I kept thinking, oh no, don't ask that, don't ask that, don't ask that. Let's hold. I want to. There's so many questions I wanted to ask, but I didn't want to ask because I wanted to, I've been wanting to talk to him for some time and wanted to make sure he had platform to really speak his mind and that we could really get into it because I think a lot of those conversations, a lot of the things that we were talking about a couple weeks ago, we're just going to go real deep on.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to stop, and I was like, well, let's say this so we can get a little more length out of it, like just because I want to hear more.
Yeah.
I don't. It was late in the night already, so
yeah.
I wanted to.
Willie kept saying, "Shh, don't. Let's just stop talking. Let's stop talking.
Yeah.
Let's save it. And then he's messaging me. Bits.
I kept texting you like, hey, let's cut him off so we can get him on, like, because I think it's gonna be a really good one next week.
Yeah, it should be enjoyable. I'm looking forward to hearing him too. Absolutely, absolutely. You know who I would really like to hear from right now is Poke. I haven't heard Poke's voice in an eon.
I know you love hearing my voice.
There it is.
Hey, buddy.
Hey guys.
Hey, man.
Did you make it down to Miami this year?
No, and it's really funny. I don't know if he told you guys a story. So the guy who does the catamaran for us, his name's Adam. Well, I saw him at a travel conference in October, and he said, "Hey, you guys coming to Miami this year?" I said probably not this year. I just got a lot going on. And he's like, I was gonna call you because I would have offered it for free this year. And I'm like, what?
Oh man!
Of course, that's what they would say, right?
Rain check it for next year.
Can I take a rain check on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, those tours, that's like $5,000-$6,000 to rent out his boat, and he's giving it for me for free. And I'm just like, man, the one year that I decide I'm not going to do it, you offer this awesome deal, but whatever.
Everything for a reason.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Vince, what were you saying?
No, I was just going to say everything for a reason.
Yeah. Well, it was just going to be really hard. I don't know if I told you guys, but, the Florida travel industry has really softened this year, especially where I'm from in the Panhandle. And, the times are tight. People are just not spending like they have when they had all that free stimulus money. So, we've had to downsize our companies a little bit this year. So it didn't leave me, the freedom to do all my fun side projects like NFTs and stuff. So I've been pretty deep into IRL stuff, just kind of, scaling back and just trying to deal with the kind of the new setup that we have at our companies, with less employees and more work, basically. So, but I think there's greener pastures on the horizon because, I think things are going to soften up next year so people can come back and start spending money again on vacations. So,
Here's hoping for you. Here's hoping for all of us, man. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I know you were kind of, telling me in Miami last year that it was starting to go that direction, and you were, kind of worried about the state of everything down there. So,
Yeah, some of my suppliers were down more than 30% this summer. And it's funny because like the destinations that we sell in are very like middle income families, like middle class destinations. So, if the middle class is hurting, then it directly affects, my business. So in the middle class, they still travel when times are tight. They just don't spend the money on,
excursions.
tours, excursions, and stuff. They'll come to our area, go to the beach for free. They'll go
Yeah.
to Walmart and buy their groceries. So, the hotels are making their money still, but different times. But I think it's going to be better, and then it will, you know, give me my time back so I can do all my fun stuff. But I've been uh I've been still thinking like, what the next evolution of NFTs is. I've been following Pudgy Penguins. I don't know if you guys have seen all the all the stuff that they have done with branding and merchandising. They got toys in Walmart, and I mean, they licensed their IP and just went crazy with it. Like, this is what I envisioned like Basefish doing. Taking the IP, creating merchandise and partnerships and TV shows and stuff like that. I really thought that was the big play for NFTs and these brands. But man, Pudgy Penguins, check them out. Like, you just Google them and you'd be surprised. Like, they have Amazon, Walmart. I mean, there's stuff all over the place.
That's funny. I haven't seen any of that. That's very interesting. I'm googling right now though. I'm very
Yeah.
familiar.
Well,
I'm
to
familiar.
your credit, you're not in a lot of East circles. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not either anymore, but I've
that's
also just completely been
it's very
out of
true.
it for
And you know what?
like
I
two
I
months.
I have not been totally. I mean, the only thing I've been doing is just kind of buying a couple pieces here and there. Like, I'll buy all Lewis's drops because it's like 5, 10 Tez at the most, and I like his stuff. It's just
Did
easy. There's
did
no
you get yourself
drama.
an ornament yet?
I did. I did. I
All
just got
right.
one. I just got just earlier today. I saw it,
Holy shit!
but
Well, thank you. We appreciate that.
Very
yeah, no
much.
problem. Um, but yeah, I was at Walmart in Destin here, and I saw a bin of Pudgy Penguin stuffed animals, and I'm like, holy shit!
I
Like,
know.
that's
I'm just looking at some of their. I see some of the stuffed animals, and I'm seeing like they got the little kind of bobblehead guys. They got like the figurines. Like holy shit! Good for them.
yeah. I still kind of want trying to figure out like, how does the value go back into the NFT holders? Like, I feel like,
That's exactly my question too.
but the NFT has. I mean, if you look at their price, it's really shot up. But it's like, are you holding a stock, or like, what
Or
is the IP of
or
what you're holding?
yeah, or are you holding like if one of these specific designs sells at Amazon, are you getting kickback on because that's a piece that you own?
Yeah, I think it's more. It's a combination of a bunch of things raising there. I think just the profile, of Pudgy Penguins has increased, so more people want to just to hold on to it for the speculative nature of it. But I'm like, what are you really holding? Is it just you're holding like a piece of the brand IP that goes up in value?
Yeah,
But
because at the end of the day, it's not a stock unless they've somehow written in, you know, total profit sales share into the contract or something somehow, right?
then I mean, and honestly, like, how does that play in with the SEC? Because of crypto and the
Yeah.
it's at the end of the day, like, I think what they're doing is what
So
most
so
NFT
do you,
projects
do
want to do.
you do you own any? Are you in the Discord? Do you know any of
No,
it? I mean,
no. I they went down to like under 2 ETH at one point, and man, that would have been the buy-in. Now they're at 11. They're pretty much one of the only like ETH NFTs that has
Yeah, I'm seeing
really,
like a 10.5,
yeah,
10.5 floor.
yeah.
That's crazy. Well, good for them. Them little pudgy buggers. Look at them. Those little pudgy penguins.
I mean,
As advertised.
You're right though, and like I had the same thoughts, right, about like base fish and stuff is like it's a cute thing, right? So it's easily marketable and sellable.
Mm-hmm.
Is kind of like my thought on that, as opposed to like I don't know.
Bored apes
are the bored apes as marketable
No,
to children at $3 toys? You know what I mean?
no. Pudgy penguins are honestly very, very marketable to not only kids but adults too. So, like even base fish, I always envisioned it being marketable to kids and even adults too. So, and I think that's it starts there, but you really need to have like a entrepreneurial mindset to push these brands into like the connections that they have to get into Walmart. It must have been a very specific. I mean, who knows? Like maybe one of the holders worked at Walmart. That's kind of how
Right.
it's worked, right?
As a national toy buyer.
Exactly.
And then went, hey, these are the companies we work with. If we get them to make us a toy, then then we can pick it up, kind of thing. Like,
I'm also envisioning that the money that they made off royalties and also the mint money, the person that is in control of that project probably made some very smart decisions. So, some of these NFT projects got a couple $1 million in mint money. What do they do with it? They just squandered it, right? Like I guess the certain ones. I saw the guy at a panel at one of the crypto conferences I went to, and he doesn't live very lavish. The one of the founders, he's a pretty down to earth person, and I heard a lot of like really like the guy's a smart guy. He knows how to run a business, and I think at the end of the day, like look at the NFT projects that are doing well, like Pudgy. They have a business behind it. They're actually generating revenue outside of just royalties. No one's really been able to figure that out.
But it's also something like, okay, just because you know how to run a business doesn't mean you know how to run and manufacture toys and a toy business.
Yeah.
And get that marketing out there, right? Like there's it's not universal. Just saying, oh, you know how to run a business. It's not exactly a universal thing like a lot of people want it to be, where it's like, oh, well, we could do that. It's like, okay, well, yeah. So the person who's running the Pudgy Penguins, or has all this toy knowledge and marketing and retail knowledge. Maybe they can't put together. They probably can't run a movie studio, which is a business. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you don't have to. You just got to surround yourself with people that do. And that's what they're doing. And that to me, that's what you do. That's a good leader. That's a good,
Got to be networking, making them connections, surround yourself with them.
That's right. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, I've lightly follow things. I kind of just read the newsletters. I get the NFT newsletters. Just kind of keep up with what's going on, but it's been pretty abysmal.
Y'all are getting newsletters?
Yeah, there's there's like one I forget what one of those NFT newsletters I subscribe to. It just gives me a breakdown of what's happening.
Yeah, I think I get NFT Now is one of the ones that I get.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. NFT Now.
Most of the time I read it and I glaze over halfway through though.
Are you guys collecting anything lately?
I just collected a couple pieces on Tez today. Findle's piece that he dropped today, and Retro Manny dropped a piece today. Um, that's all I've really been collecting, and I haven't collected anything in a couple months. So
Yeah, I've been spending some Tez. I've been buying here and there, here and there, here and there, things I like. Where's my echo coming from? I'm gonna say I sold a piece a while back that garnered me 260 Tez or 250 Tez, I think, or no, maybe it wasn't that much, but I've been living off of that, and my wallet's been getting big. My Tez wallet makes me happy.
Sounds like you sold a threesomes piece before
Yeah,
collapse.
he did.
that is what I did. Yeah, if only I could have sold at least one more, but
Well, at least you got
And
out
I
of
could
it.
have sold one.
I sold about 700 Tez worth, and then literally like it shut off right when I was listing everything else. So I'm not even gonna tell you how much money I put in. I mean, I'm sure Willie, had a substantial amount too, but it is what it is. That's why after that situation, I'm never gonna stop being in NFTs, but my spending it's not gonna be like it was at all for a very long time. I'm I'm gonna support the artists that I like and that are not controversial. And if they put pieces out there for they want 2, 3, 4, 500 Tez, I'm just not gonna buy.
yeah,
I'm not that buyer anymore. So that's why I
Yeah,
love.
I'm not a speculator anymore. It's not. It's there's zero financial in it for me anymore as
Yeah.
far as like expect anything. So like normally like today, like at least with the retro Manny piece today, he told me like he told me right after he minted it, and I saw it's like 4 minutes after he minted it, I'm like, oh, the other half of the world hasn't woken up yet. Like normally I would pick up two or three of them at least, and then try to flip them. I'm like, I just picked up one today. Like I'm like, no, I'm just gonna get I like it. I'm gonna get the one for me, and that's it. Like
yeah,
I'm not trying
Exactly.
to play the game anymore.
No, I'm the same way. They're just gonna stay in my wallet forever, and
Yeah,
I'm doing it. I'm buying them because one, I like them, but two, I want the artist to continue to make more because I like how they look and I like the way it makes me feel when I buy it. Like,
yeah,
those are the two main things. I don't care anything after that. So, and if there's an opportunity where it like 100x's and maybe I got duplicates or maybe I just sell a few just to make more so I don't have to continue buying Tez, then I'll take that opportunity. But that's it. Like I'm done.
yeah,
yeah, and like with that thought, I've loaded my bags. You know what I mean? Like I have all those duplicate pieces. So if somebody is going back and searching those and putting all those offers in, then I've got plenty I can offload.
yeah,
And still have a piece for myself and still be able to pick up a piece a day, kind of thing. So
yeah. That
Yeah,
was the,
I was looking at my wallet and I noticed that I could like liquidate my whole wallet and make like 400 or 500 Tez. That's just what current offers on there. So if there's a piece that I want, then I'm gonna just sell pieces at a loss just so I can make enough Tez to buy the other pieces. Like I really don't have any intentions of buying more Tezos, unless I'm maybe supporting a friend or something like that. But like I'm just gonna use what I have, the 1,000 Tez I think I have, and that's it. Like hopefully that will last me a very long time with the type of spending I do. But you know I'm burnt out. The three situation was kind of like the nail in the coffin for me
yeah,
with NFTs. So
yeah. That was hugely
besides, yeah,
that was huge. I mean, I stepped away from that before that all went down, long before, because it got to the point. That was the thing with me, is that I was like, well, it was a little expensive to begin with, but there was a lot of fun to it, and then it just didn't become fun anymore, and I wasn't enjoying it, and it wasn't to put the money in to not collect the pieces that I really liked. Right, like the art that I really liked was just, it just seemed like I was like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. I gotta go. I gotta go away. I am not one of these players. But yeah, the stuff that I
Yeah,
buy now is
what
great.
what did it for me was the way that it shone a light on personalities of people, and I mean non-collectors, like non-threesomes collectors, because like everyone that was a threesomes collector, you kind of already knew their personalities, and you knew like, all right, they're gonna stay, like they don't care, they're gonna stay, and they're gonna walk away, like like you could kind of see that already, but it really spotlighted the the personalities and the greed and some of the other things of other artists in the community and like that were non-collectors. I was like, oh, you're really using this to you're really trying to use this to your advantage. You're really just stepping on backs of other collectors, not just of threesomes, but of other collectors like Poke or myself to push yourself up. Got it. All right, I see where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
And that really turned me off for a while.
Yeah, we had that conversation about that, and yeah, it was deep. You know, it was funny after you and I had that one conversation, Willie, about that, and a couple of people that you had pointed out and named. And when I went and actually looked to see how many people did create pieces like that to jump on the bandwagon and to step on other people's backs, I was wow, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds.
Oh yeah.
It was fucking actually quite mind blowing. I was like, wow.
It might have been, it might as well have been Tez polls. Like it's
So wait a
it
minute. So
was
does that mean is that how you feel about Tez polls, Willie? People are.
no
No, I'm just
no
kidding. I'm kidding.
no, but I mean, even in what I'm talking about, and like I said, we've talked about, there were people who were like, who created pieces, but they weren't necessarily using it as a platform. You know what I mean? Like they were kind of like, you could tell that they were almost creating their own memory for themselves, like this is where we're at in in the world, kind of thing, like in the Web3 world, and they were kind of creating it as their own memory, because they'd sell like one or two pieces, or like maybe 10 pieces for like point 0.5 tes each. Like it wasn't about sales. And then there were other people who created 30, 40 pieces, tried to sell 100 of them each, 3, 4 tes a piece. Like, people were trying to make massive profits off of the downfall of others. And there were some people who were, yeah, created pieces, but, you know, it was like, it wasn't like this blatant, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. No, totally get it. It's like Mal. If Fendel decides to go and do something horrible, I'm not out that much. So-
Yeah.
and actually, I should digress on that. If I probably looked at my Fendel collection, it's probably up there pretty good. But yeah, that
Well,
was an interesting thing. But
now,
it,
now I want to plug you into Biker Tools and see where you're at on his top collectors
I,
list.
I don't think I don't think I think there's probably people that are up there higher than me. Because I mean the same thing
Oh,
with
I'm not saying you're at the top, but
yeah,
I bet you're a lot higher than you think you are.
I might be. I mean
You're definitely higher up on that list than I would be.
with Fendel, I mean it was the same thing that I kind of had to do with Texadelic, where I had to really stop and go, okay, well you don't need to buy everything. Let's just look at it and let's buy the things that you really love, right? Because it's the same thing with Texadelic. Like Texadelic, I mean, man, you could be buying pieces every day, every day, every day. But then I had to go, okay, no, let's curate
Right?
before we click.
There's only one artist out there that I still need to buy everything from.
That's
There's only one.
that's WX8BK.
Close.
All right.
Pop Lazarus.
Oh, Pilaz,
That's like because he doesn't release anything ever.
right?
It's easy to be like, oh, he finally has another drop. All right. It's only 5 tests. All right.
So I just had a question for you guys. So like we've been in this for like 3 years now. Doesn't feel like it, but it's about 3 years. Now what is the like? What do we learn? Like what do we learn from NFTs? And I was thinking about this the other day, and to me, like what I learned is, if you're in any community where the collectors or the artist threaten or try to persuade you not to sell or put pressure on you not to sell, then you're buying the wrong piece. You're part of the wrong community. If that is the way that they make you feel when you try to sell a piece, um, it should be the artist should focus on creating art. The community should be focusing on collecting the art and sharing it. But the minute that they put pressure on you to not sell or to do something with them or whatever, then it just it starts to stink. And that's what I have learned these 3 years.
Well,
And it's
I'm
funny because that's where I'm at right now. Like I like Louis OB and come to a couple of these other artists that I pick up here because they never have ever in their Discord has said one word, made anyone feel like crap for selling. They just are very grateful and they just keep putting out great art. Like at the end of the day, I think that's what it intended to be. And then you had like the crypto rush in 2021, and then people start getting greedy, and then there's big fall off from there. And I think here we are now, where we should have been before, right?
True
well,
that.
I'm gonna I'm gonna say that I did not learn that because I knew that. I knew that it was an artificial inflation of value, right? But greed will always get the best, and I wanted, I saw the waves, and I wanted to ride the waves, and I just didn't get out at the top because when you when it crashes so quickly, you can't see the top, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, it's a very good point that you make, but having seen that through the 2006 to 2008 real estate bubble, especially in my town, like my town, is a large reason. You can't blame it on any single town, but my town is a very large reason of why the real estate bubble popped because of the amount of artificial inflation in my town. So it was very easy to see. I learned it then, and I recognized it and went, oh, yeah, but I'm at the bottom of this wave. Let me ride this fucker up. This is my turn. Oh shit. Well, I knew the risk.
Well, we all learn.
I
I
did learn.
But yeah, you're definitely when you're the artist. It's like I was trying to think today that I was thinking earlier today about that I've only ever had one artist ever like go, why the fuck aren't you buying? What the fuck? Like what are you doing? How come you're not supporting? And then talking now, it's like there's been two that I realize now, and it's like, huh, yeah, no, and like what Poke said, that it makes total sense.
And don't sell, don't sell, don't sell.
Yeah, no, it's
I mean,
or why aren't
Don't
you
list,
buying,
don't
or why
sell.
didn't you buy
Why are
this,
you
or what are you
selling?
doing? Why aren't you spending your money? You should be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's well, I mean, I guess that's a pretty good lesson, in general. But it's funny how in this environment, how somebody could be like that, and we go, okay, yeah, all right, okay. But it's like if you were face to face with those artists, would it have been the same way? Probably not with me. I mean, I know it wouldn't be with me. Like you talk to me like that to my face, and then you're gonna see my true side like right away. Like,
Well,
what the fuck?
and that's the thing about that was the thing about threesomes, at least from my experience, is when I met him for the first time was face to face, obviously, and it was very comforting and very much like that's why I jumped in, was because I had met him. Had I not met him in person, I probably wouldn't have been as deep as I was.
no, I agree. I had the same. We hit it off, and we had a great time in Miami the first time I met him.
Yeah,
So,
very charismatic in person.
yeah.
But very used car salesman in the end, I guess. No, see, even in Miami, well, when I met him the first time, I did not have that great experience. That was actually,
You
I was already
that
on.
was
Sorry, go ahead, Willie.
So no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have, you go ahead. I shouldn't have interrupted you.
I was going to say, because I had gotten into the project before I had met him. And I was like, okay, this is kind of how it is and everything and blah, blah, blah. And then when finally got to meet him in Miami, I had already said that I was getting out before that happened. But then a little bit of conversing with Willie, and I kind of like, yeah, no, you're right, Willie. I should ride it out a little bit longer. And like, it wasn't like Willie was trying to, no, man, you got to stay, you got to buy. But Willie's like,
No,
well,
because I was telling you I'm finding my exit too.
yeah.
But,
You told me. Well, you told me to just come to Miami, right, and think about it for a little bit, and I did. But then when I met him, I was like, this didn't go as well as I thought, and I'm kind of thinking I'm still on the way out. So, but
Yeah, I mean, and I met him the year prior in Miami. That's the first time when he had a small little gathering. So, but the second year he got big. It was a different project then. But anyways, yeah, Will, I agree with you. You said it.
Well,
we all kind of knew. We all kind of knew what the signs are, and me being in business for pretty much all my life, and meeting the scum of the earth. I knew that, and I kind of just like got sucked into it, especially starting with base fish and then with threes. I'm 0 for 2, and then all the crypto that I purchased too went to shit. So I'm actually 0 for 3. But the one thing that I did,
I'm 1 for 3.
The one thing that I did,
Proteon got me into Solana at fucking 20. So I'm not that it's making up for anything else that I've fucking tanked out on, but it's not hurting at least.
there are some good things. Like, it's not all bad. Like the people that I met, like you guys, and I do enjoy the WAGMI project, even though it's a lot harder than I anticipated it was. But I do enjoy that, and I hope that there's some good things in the future for it. So still trying to figure out what the next best move is for the project. First and foremost, I want to get some of this wine out to everybody. So I just shipped a bunch of wine out.
Ship my wine.
Bunch of pieces
I mean,
got burned.
I don't blame you at all for just kind of like laying low and doing IRL, and like I mean, obviously you got to take IRL too. So
yeah, and I still got a bunch of wine. I'm glad I got like 4 cases out to some of y'all. So I appreciate people burning some pieces and getting some wine.
Well, my thought is when if hopefully not if, but when you do come back, you've got that spark again, and it's just fire, and we're ready to hit the ground running.
We're fucking spinning wheels. Woo!
Take all the time you need, because I think I do still own every piece of that too.
Well,
and I think I am the top collector on that. So.
Well, I noticed that a couple people were buying pieces the other day, and it kind of reinvigorated me. I'm like, wait a minute, Dan Williams bought a couple pieces, and then Corn was making offers, and I'm just like,
nobody's left, man.
Who got a court?
Yeah, like it just shows like you guys still have faith in this and faith in me, and that does make me feel like trying to come up with something fun, and again, if I do something, it's gonna be well thought out, and it's not gonna and Waggy Wine was never like, Chris and I started it because we just wanted to put wine on, or art on bottles. That's all we wanted to do, and if we could get our costs paid and collect some great art and meet some, go to some events, like that was the whole thing. Like we never, this wasn't a project for us to actually make a thriving business out of. It was more so, just because you want to partner with artists and put it on wine. If we didn't lose anything, then that was the objective. But and really we did. Like, we accomplished that. We were able to put all the pieces together, and I'll tell you, it was a ton of work to do that. But now that I know how to do it, it's something that I can easily, like, I can call Dominic at the winery and do this anytime.
I love that.
It just has to be right, like right now, there's just not enough collectors to do a drop because I have to buy 168 bottles of wine at one time with the labels and shipping. Like, there's just not enough people in the space right now, and it's mainly because crypto is just, you know, it's not doing great.
Well, and everything
and
all
for
around.
me, even though I'm pretty sure I still own all the most unique pieces because I own a lot of pieces that a lot of other people don't have. Like I'm not the biggest spender. You know, there's definitely other people that spent more, and I would never say, if you were to say, "Now we got to shut it down today," like if you were to say that, I would never say I didn't get my value out of it. You know, I might have over speculated a little bit, but you know, hoping for some more in the future. But I wouldn't say that I didn't get my value out of it because, you know, I got my wine. You know, we had some fun tours. We went on catamarans and stuff. Like, you took us to dinner. You know, I own a lot of very unique pieces by artists that are still out there doing things. You know, Proteon one of ones.
And
You
if,
know,
and if anybody came to me,
I have other physical pieces from it. You know, I have you know my what's the thing you just broke, Bits?
That nice. Remember that nice hat you bought in Miami? You got that.
Yeah.
Oh.
I do have a nice hat from Miami. Yeah. Like, that's not nothing to do with Miami wine. Oh yeah.
Right.
But, no, I mean, so like, yeah.
No, and
if anybody came to me that has collected or spent any significant money in Wagner wines and said I'd feel like I got anything out of it, like I'd make it right. It's like, because it wasn't about.
I have one name in mind, but anyways. But the other thing I was going to say is I also you know spent a lot of money early on because I wanted to see it keep going. You know, so like you say, supporting other artists, supporting projects. So as a winemaker myself, and you know, I wanted to see it go somewhere. I wanted to see where we could take it. So I really kind of like took that on as kind of like as part of my thought process of like, all right, well, if it doesn't go anywhere, you know, like you know, I don't
know. No, and
but I think I wanted to support more because
the one thing that's been
you're gonna get wine at the end, even though you can get wine anytime. But I mean, it really was like, I enjoyed it. Was fun, and tasting the wines and you know, all the wine we had I felt was pretty high quality wine. You know, so
just the
let's
bottle.
do a coffee drop.
Right.
I'm in a real deep coffee rabbit hole right now. Like, it's not even funny.
I was going to say, with the Wagme project, with the Wagme wine project too, you know, it was good. Well, and that was the thing, like, pushed right from the beginning. No matter what, you can always get the wine, right? Like, that was the thing, and everybody did. So there's nothing really to ever complain about. And the one thing that's a big telltale about how good it was and how happy the people are with it is that with this lull, DMs, I don't know about anybody else's, but I don't have people jumping in my I didn't have people jumping in my DMs going, what the fuck is going on? You talked to Poke, like, what's going on? Like, right? Like, none of that happened, not even once. Based Fish, it happened a bazillion friggin' times. That Moose Society, I don't know, those guys are still around or not, but I mean, even in that one, just because I was active in there, like when things were getting strange, people are like, whoa, what's going on? Like, they're all like me, and I'm like, what? But with Wagme Wine, not one person has said anything. The only DMs I've gotten recently was like, how many bottles of wine are you getting, Bits? And then I'm like, none. Sorry, none, not this time. But yeah. No, and that's the thing, is you always got the wine. People got the wine, like, and those bottles.
At the end of the day, like, there was one person that messaged me and says, "Well, I don't drink wine, and what am I gonna do with all these pieces?" I said, "Why do you get involved in a wine project?"
I know who that was.
Right.
I took her whole stash.
Why do you get involved in a wine project and you don't want wine? Like, that was the whole premise of this. I spent all this money on wine with the drop funds, so that way you can burn the pieces and get wine. If you don't want wine, then get it and give it to a friend for a gift. I don't care. I mean, it's a physical piece. I mean, some people have enough pieces. They could have burned, like, one of the collectors, they burned pieces. They have to spend $1 in shipping because they burned all the pieces. I wanted to give them, you know, value to what they've spent. And some people paid for the shipping, but at the same time, like, some people have enough pieces where they could have got cases of wine for free. Scrappy, he came
Well,
to
now
my
you're just talking about
office.
me too.
Scrappy came and he said, "What's going on with Waggy Wines?" He's like, "Are we still doing this?" And I said, "He wants to come back in once we're ready." So, but he's like, "What am I gonna do with all these? I got all these NFTs." And I just
Is he
gave him-
gonna be like vocal and like active in the Discord? Like, 'cause he's fun. Like,
no, he
like
won't.
I like talking to him. He's a fun dude.
He is yeah. He literally came to the office and I said, "Come over here," and I brought him into my office or my storage room, and I have literally boxes of wine still. And he walked out with two cases of wine. He literally could have probably walked out with the whole room because he was the #1 buyer of Wagner pieces. But
And I wasn't even thinking about him when I was saying people had spent more money than me.
no,
I wasn't even thinking about him.
Scrappy's legend.
I mean, there's definitely
a lot.
several other people that have spent way more money than me.
Yeah, but he walked out with 2 cases, and he was super happy, and I was glad to give it to him because he has so many freaking pieces. But yeah.
Well, wait a minute. If he got to pick up his cases, did he have to burn for the shipping too?
Oh, he's burning. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's fair if he doesn't.
No, he's burning. He said
If you're not actually spending the money on shipping.
I have to give him the all the pieces he has to burn. But yeah, this was just like literally a day ago. He's burning. That was part of the deal.
That's cool. When you talk about him being a nice guy, that was too. He's one of those dudes, man. You meet him and he's just as genuine as genuine as genuine. Like it's like he just fucking larger than life too, right? Like just super nice guy. Super nice guy. Sorry, I just had a good memory there.
Yeah, me too, man. I like Scrappy. He's a fun, good dude, man.
Well, he's in. He said he wants to still continue to collect. He also told me that he's done with everything else. Poor guy. I got him into base fish, and he literally bought like 150 fish. He was one of the top like 5 collectors, and then I get him into threesomes. that like I had to just recently tell him.
I'm surprised y'all are still friends.
He's been so out of the loop on things. So like when he came to my office the other day to pick up the wine, he's like, "So what do I do with all these threesomes?" Because he spent a lot of money on threesomes too. And I'm like, "Oh, I hate to break it to you, but he go to Twitter and type his name in and then read everything, and then we can talk later." So poor guy, put him through the ringer.
But
so.
that's, I mean.
But at the same time, he still wants to. No, he told me, he's like, "Listen, the only thing I got out of the NFTs was all the wine you given me." So,
right.
He has enough wine to last him for, a couple of years.
No, that was the fact, man. Wag me wine. You always got the wine. There was nothing to complain about. You could always get the freaking wine, man. I drank all mine. I finished my last bottle there a few weeks back, and that was it. I was like, no, I'm saving them. And then one night I was just sitting there and I was like, oh, fuck, I don't have any wine. Or I had beer, but I was like, I want a bottle of wine. I don't have anything to drink. And then I just looked over at the rack and I'm like, well, I'll drink one of these. And then I kind of sat there drinking it going, well, that's what it's for. It's for fucking drinking.
Can you tell me you didn't have enough pieces to burn for free wine?
I did. It just right now it was just the shipping. I just like it's with Christmas time and everything, right? It was like now because I mean I get tagged the extra $15 a bottle at the border too, right?
Okay.
So yeah, and that was the only reason. It was just like I really was going to, and I 100%, but I was like just it's Christmas time. November's like my worst month of the year for all this funds going out for house insurance, car insurance, and all this shit, and none of them want to work together to change the fucking my payment date. So yeah,
you know what I did? So the people that got wine, and they if they did at least 1 GM a day, or no, if they did at least 1 GM in the past 30 days in Discord, I threw an extra bottle.
Nice.
So Corn got extra bottle.
Yeah.
I think everyone got an extra bottle. If I saw a GM in there.
You know why?
Because you guys go in there and GM every morning, and
yeah.
I go in there every morning and I see them. But I'm like, I need to give like credit to people who actually are going there and saying GM and keeping the conversation going. So there's some free wine in there for people.
Yeah, well, like
that's a solid move, man.
like people laugh and make jokes about shit like that when that happens. All that's going on and there's just GMs and that's it. But it's like in the Wag Me Wine, it's just to me it's like I see Corin in there every morning. It's me and Corin every morning, like, and I do, and it's like to me that's our connection. Sometimes it's just a GM, and then every once in a
and
while it's a few sentences, right? Like, and it's like
and before it like really got kicked off, like when the Discord was just opened, and like even in kind of like the base fish days, like that's that was me and you. It was just hey GM, like it was like me, you, and Corn, and now here we are on Tuesday.
I seriously, honestly believe deep down inside that the only reason that Corin goes in there every morning and says GM is probably because he has the highest count, right, for keeping track of like how many, right? Because isn't that still in there? Isn't that fucking?
It's technically yes. There is like a counter still. I haven't checked it yet, but he would be number one.
Because the last time,
Yeah, there was supposed to be a monthly reset on that.
Yeah.
So I could jump in at any time.
No, but I think I thought that the other day. Because I remembered, like Willie and I had stepped down off our podium, and then Corin got like right up there, and he like kept going, and he kept hitting the gas. And then I think when everything teetered off after the last drop and everything like that, I swear to fuck that's the only reason that he goes in there to say GM every morning is to make sure that but not that anybody can catch, because I remember he went hard. That was funny.
Well, it'll be like 30 years later, and then the Discord, someone will like go and dust off their phone and go on the Discord and still see GMs
right
from Corin every day.
Corin's in there. Hey, nobody. It's just me.
just him in there, just doing it because it's just part of his routine.
Oh fuck yeah! No, and that's that. For me, it's totally is.
The thing that's always been different about the Wag Me Wine Discord, and if we get going again, like I don't think it'll be any different. Is that like I always felt it was a lot more genuine conversation. We hardly talked about the project or the pieces or anything like that in there. Like if you go back through we're usually talking about either other projects or other things going on. Like there's not a lot of discussion about that project itself in its own Discord.
No, I think it's crazy if you go to certain Discords, you can't talk about any art. Like we're all NFT collectors and we can't talk about other NFTs. It's crazy. It's just if you're that insecure about your project, then you probably are not in the right space.
No,
yeah, that's what I always still love, I guess, about that Discord.
Yeah,
it's always still like my first go-to.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I like that a lot.
We even would buy each other's NFTs that we just make, like the peeper.
Yeah. Or I was gonna say, or we'll all jump on board with Bitch Town strippers. Right? Like shit. Y'all don't know it. Have we all looked at it?
Remember Butters bought the most expensive
yeah.
He's still banned.
With the 4 lasers.
Yeah.
With the
6
the laser.
6 lasers.
The quad. Yeah, 6, 8. No, there was 8 lasers, I believe.
Was there? Well, he bought whatever the most expensive one was.
And he's still Twitter shadow banned.
Yeah.
He could be in here right now. We'd have no idea.
Oh, he was so. I couldn't believe that night. Like we were all shittered. Somebody should have taken our computers away from us that night.
They did. Elon did.
Yeah.
He shut us the fuck down.
But mind you, that was fun.
I haven't laughed that hard, and so that night was just hysterical.
Well, remember that? Remember the random dude that came in?
Dude that came in, and then he did.
There was like 3 of them.
One. Yeah, and he bought one.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
Yeah. Oh, it's too bad that space is. I think that space is gone. I just realized all the Twitter spaces now, if you record them, they stay on Twitter forever now too. I found out.
I wouldn't trust that.
Well, but I'm just saying. I'm not saying that I'm going to change and that's how we're doing it, but I'm just saying that they've been up there. That I saw that a while back, but I never ever looked into it. And then I just had to find a space recently, and I kind of went, "Oh, I wonder if it is there," and it was. So just anyways. But yeah,
You know,
that Bitchtown Spaces would have been good, man. That was hilarious. Or I think it was great, and then it's one of those things where we probably would have listened back to it the next day and went, "Holy fuck!"
you know what we should do? We should try tracking down the creator of Bitchtown Strippers and bring him on WXK and just ask him like what was going through their mind creating this project.
Well, I was down to my last rock, and I fucking.
what
I-
let's do like
I
a
think-
detailed interview of like the story like behind the blow of Bitchtown Strippers.
Behind.
I think you pitched that before,
An
and
E-
like,
an E
and I think at the
Hollywood-
time we were very like booked, and I wasn't very receptive to it, but I like that idea.
Yeah, I do too.
We should do that
like,
again.
It's really funny, and you know, some of these NFT projects, it's like, what is going through their heads putting out this crap, and like, what did they expect? Was it just like a joke, or like, you know, like why did they get the idea to have 4 laser titties? Like, what is the reason behind this?
How do we figure out who the owner was, or who the creator was?
I was trying to find
How
it.
do we hunt that down?
I don't even know. Oh, here it is. Hang on. Oh no, I got Bitchtown Spaces. I forgot all about that. I created a Twitter account just for that space.
Well, yeah, because I remember like we were talking about it, we were like, okay, let's start this up, let's do the space, because we were all hammered. It was like Saturday night.
Yeah. Totally.
And you were like, oh, just do it under the WCPK. I'm like, no, stop.
No, and I did. It's right.
Let's make a new Twitter.
So I called it Bitchtown Spaces. Bitchtown Spaces. It's right here. All Bitchtown Spaces is what I put as the description. All Bitchtown Spaces.
Well, yeah, because you created as fast as you could just to get a Twitter space up.
I got 12 followers. We've got Butternut,
So
Scrappy.
we need to get the owner, the creator, the head artist of Bitchtown Strippers, and we need to get we need to get the leading collector, the whale Butters.
Oh, I think that's
The
Butters though, but he's shadow
the
banned.
Bitchtown whale. Bitchtown whale.
We know him. He's shadow banned.
And get Butters on, and then we
And
have
he
like,
knows
this
nothing
whole-
about the owners, creators.
Who's wants some more? I'm just in the followers in Bitchtown Strippers, but they're a Wagme wine holder and a Bitchtown soldier. Was that Butters' second account that he created?
It might have been.
Oh yeah, no, he's totally got 8. He's got 8 laser titties right here. Oh my god! What did he pay for that too?
Did we offend Mal with all the Bitchtown talk?
He paid 0.08 or 0.08 ETH.
Oh, but there it is.
At the time, it's probably like $300-400 he paid for that.
And it was like the highest sale of
Ever.
that entire collection.
And
right?
if you go to their Twitter, their official Twitter page, they tweeted it out like it was their biggest achievement.
Here, I put this one up at the top. I'll put it up there and I'll get rid of it after. But yeah, even Poke put it. Poke posted up. 0.08 sale, Bitchtown.
That was our biggest attempt to go viral.
That was so funny. And
And,
you were breaking down. I remember you were breaking down the traits.
yeah.
Okay.
Remember they had I think they had like pizza. Was it hamburger?
Oh, the
Nipples or
pizza,
something.
the
I
pizza
definitely
nipples.
remember a pizza.
Yeah, the pizza nipple rings. That's because I think Poke. I think you sent me one of
0.08
those.
sale.
0.08 sale,
Oh,
Bitchtown.
that's Poe.
Yeah, that was yeah. I just put that up there because I just went to the Bitchtown Spaces and I found that was like the only.
Oh no, I thought it was from their official.
Oh no,
Twitter.
no, sorry, no.
Oh,
That's so funny. Well, I remember because wasn't it? It was kind of.
I definitely still have some in my wallet.
I forgot those were ETH. It's funny, when my wallet got raided. It's funny they never took the Bitchtown
didn't take
strippers.
those.
Oh Jesus, we should leave a little bit of ETH for this guy. Look at these things. But those came out. Because we kind of figured that they were kind of playing off of that. What was that? The ogres or whatever the hell they were.
The goblins.
The goblins. Yeah. Because that was right about the same time.
There was another one. There was another female driven one at the time too that they were kind of mixing together. Can't remember what it was though.
Okay. I'm just trying to go. I'm gonna go. I want to go into my. Did I buy those in OpenSea? I must have. I want to see that. Yeah, it'd be.
Had to have.
No, remember it was a free mint.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Was it? Because
Yeah.
I don't remember catching any on the free mint.
Yeah. No, they were free.
Maybe I
They were
did.
still.
Maybe I
It was an ongoing free mint because they never came anywhere near their number. Yeah, it was a free mint.
That's right. That's why it was so. That's why it was so funny that Butters went in and
Bu-
dropped 0.08 E,
Well,
like
Butter-
$400 or $500 or whatever.
No, he was bombed that night.
oh yeah,
He was.
I
But
think
we were all
we were-
laughing.
we were all
hysterically.
bombed.
Yeah.
Well, I know I
That's
was
not-
too.
Yeah,
And the-
that was fun. And then we were sending all like I minted like 20 of them. And I was sending them out to everybody. I remember I sent one to Allie, and she's like, "What's this?"
Well, remember you were bombarding Mayor, and then Mayor came into the space, and he's like, "What in the fuck is this? What are you guys doing?" But I remember that too. That like Poke, I just kept flashing back to when Poke was like breaking down like well, this trait's really rare, so this is one of the rarer traits. So if you get that mixed with this, oh fuck, it's too bad I didn't record that here.
Yeah, Poke breaking down the traits
Yeah.
on that was gold.
Yeah. You know who I miss? That one nut that like nut. What was his name? The crazy one.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
we
yeah.
just- We just talked about him the other day.
The guy that we
Fitz
never
was
speak
talking
of.
about uploading some old episodes. He was like, "Yeah, I don't think I need to
Babin.
upload that one."
Yeah, Tom Babin.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But
Yeah.
we weren't going to mention his name. We were going to give him the credit, but I mean, you did. So
What was his crypto buzz? Crypto buzz, yeah, that guy's nut. Oh my god.
That's probably the first time that name's been mentioned on here since.
Let me tell you, googling him and reading like his story and all the things he'd done, like that guy, they could write a movie about him.
Yeah,
Like
hey.
and then like all his fake profiles. Oh my god.
I mean, the last time I looked at anything, it was all like the exact same. It was like just repeated project after project after project, but it was the same. It was the same exact pattern, like a true serial killer, like repeatable pattern, just moved from project to project to project.
Yeah, until they basically kick him out, he moves on to another one, and then he does something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he would also go back after he got kicked out. He would also try to go back and like talk shit or whatever, and like besmirch the names, and then finally move on.
Make false accusations. And the thing
Yeah.
about the crypto space is that everything's anon, and people just do things under the guise of other aliases. But
Except for the
that
parts
guy
that
is-
aren't, which are all on chain, which he could never back anything up on chain because he didn't ever buy anything.
No, he always pretended to buy things. And the thing, like with him, I don't know what his deal was. Like, I don't know what he was trying to accomplish. Whether like is he lonely and he needs friends, or he needs influence. It sounded like he wanted to be respected, without actually doing things to get the respect. And he would use people. I mean, just a classic narcissist, and
Yeah.
that guy was just dangerous. I remember, when he was doing those little bass fish videos, like he pulled out his Glock on one of the Instagram videos, was like waving it around, and I'm like, this is
Why?
kind of. He talked about how when he was gonna go to Vegas for the bass fish meetup, and he's like, I'm gonna, I'm the mafia, and I'm like, dude, something's not right.
Oh, because he was trying to be mafia hard.
No, I don't know. I don't miss that fool one bit.
Shit, I can't find my Bitch Town strippers in either of my wallets.
You gotta look in your hidden folder.
Oh, maybe. Okay. Yeah, good point. And here we were just talking about always checking your junk mail. No, they're not even in my hidden folder. Wow, somebody stole my bitches.
Are you even in the right wallet?
Yeah, I'm in my original wallet that got hacked. I still have access to that.
Did you move them? Because
No,
they're
and then
pretty valuable stuff. So did you move them? I mean, I would have moved them when I knew my wallet got hacked. I would have moved them myself.
I had to pay for that. No, like I really, I'm gonna have to keep looking around. I'm in my other,
Are
my,
you are you on OpenSea or like what do you want?
I was, and then now I'm in my Coinbase now. Huh.
I
Well,
don't know.
I guess I'll have to keep looking around. Who knows? I was trying to find him on Twitter.
Maybe the whole project got yanked.
Maybe unacceptable.
I'm
What?
I'm afraid to look at anything on ETH right now.
Huh. I don't even know what they were. I don't even see their Twitter account anymore. Or I'm not sure how they spelt it because I think it was BTCH. Not there was no
That
I.
sounds right. Yeah.
Because I imagining that I spelt it the way. Well, I don't know. I was drunk that night too, but I'm imagining that I spelt it the way that they spelt it, and I seem to remember that. But interesting. Well, lost forever. I mean, because I had pizza nipple rings, and then I had two laser.
Yeah, BTCH, capital TOWN.
Well,
But I'm only showing one. I'm pretty sure I have more than one.
well, but your retirement just left your wallet.
Right. Oh man. So now we'll do that space, and then they'll take off again. And okay, but I think we should definitely. I would like that. I would like to have that person on to see where
That would be fun.
Yeah, that would be totally fun. And then we'll find out it's like somebody's alter, somebody's other artist ego.
It's someone from Pudgy Penguins.
No,
Do
think
you
of it.
guys remember when, like, anytime Gary V bought an NFT, everything just like went nuts?
Oh yeah.
I remember I bought Crypto Skulls at 0.2 ETH. It went all the way up to 4 ETH. Now it's down to like 0.05. I rode it all the way up and then all the way back down below what I actually paid for it.
It's a hell of a ride.
That's just one example of all the depressing NFT stories that I have. I can go on all
Yeah,
day.
you shouldn't listen to me. That sounds like me.
So
Actually, all of my wins are ones that you've told me about. Like, what was the Noob Punks or something during the Nifty Gateway thing?
Oh, the noob punks, the
Yeah.
minting. Yeah.
That one you gave us a heads up on, and I made enough to do whatever I was trying to buy or do it at that time on that. And then there was another one that you were really ahead of. I don't remember what it was now though.
Listen, my advice was like a 10% chance. Oh, I think it was the sevens. There was like a little flip there, but it wasn't much.
Yeah. But you said there was something about you said like, yeah, this isn't gonna go past. It's not gonna go. So I'd hate to see it now, like it'd be really high. But you're like, it's probably not gonna go much past mint. So like, if you have a mint token, like flip that shit. And I did.
So the good thing with that whole sevens thing is that Nez got me to buy one, and then I flipped it for like 3x. Like I sold it like a 0.2. I mean, honestly, for every 10 losses, I had one win. With flipping. But you guys gotta think like
the problem with all my flips is they were all on ETH, and like everything else that I've had losses on, it was cost me more in fucking gas than I made on the flips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the things that I felt like I got, like all the airdrops in 2021, like I had almost 12,000 in airdrops. The biggest airdrop blunder of my life was when I got the ENS drop. I got $15,000 of ENS tokens, and I transferred them to Coinbase, but I transferred them to a different, instead of transferring to the ENS wallet in Coinbase, I transferred them to the ETH wallet, and they're gone.
You cross the chains?
I crossed the chains, and they're gone forever.
Don't cross the chains, man. Damn, that sucks.
$15,000. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I was like, I was eaten alive for like a week, but then like it was a gift anyways. Like I would have blown it on NFTs that I would have lost all my money on. so it's like whatever. Would have made a difference.
I'm curious as to
I
where
don't know. It's still $15,000 you wouldn't have spent, like of your own money, I guess.
Probably would have spent it. Yeah, of my own money, but I would have spent that on something else. But yeah.
I'm wondering where how Frank's doing. I wonder if he held on to his goblin. Because remember his goblin, he like did good.
How are goblins doing?
I don't know now. Probably not.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I think they're just hanging by a thread.
I'm surprised Findle and Sage are still hanging out with us tonight. This is a very nostalgic kind of specific
right
space at this point.
It is.
Appreciate you both, though. Really appreciate you both.
But I mean, hey, it's true stories. I mean, this is as reality TV as reality radio as you can get.
Yeah, I guess you put it that way. I mean, I know why Jay's here. Jay's been here for all that.
Jay's know what
old
Jay knows.
Base fish.
He does. I don't think Jay owns a bitch town though.
Well, he just missed that one day in the history of Web3.
Yeah. Right.
That one day we all got hammered and bought bitch towns.
Well, here's the thing that we haven't even discussed yet. The WAGMI DAO still has like 20-something hundred TES in it.
I thought
growing at 5% interest every single day.
Oh, that's kind of like a regular fucking savings account, isn't it?
That's my spot. Is forget about it. Let it just build back up. Actually, you know what? We should have transferred it to Solana about 3 months ago.
Yeah, we should have done
2020 though, right?
That would have been neat. But whatever, we got it. It's there. Who knows?
It's not hurting anything to just sit there, though, right?
No. I mean, you never know. What if something happens and all of a sudden the TES poll sets it off and, TES goes up to $5 again?
Well, who was? I don't know about that. Well, who was saying that they just picked up an extra DAO token? Was it Dan Williams or
for
Dan
30
Williams, yeah.
for 30
like
TES?
50 TES?
I think it was 30.
Yeah, I think this maybe 50 TES, but at 50 TES, that's actually 50 TES is less than what it actually is worth if you do the math on what's in there.
Yeah.
So now, obviously, it's not liquid, but I mean,
But if you were to take the wallet and take that 1% of that DAO token is worth, it should be worth more than 50 TES. Is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There's certain people who have DAO tokens that are not ever going to get anything from those DAO tokens because.
Yeah, I understand that. We don't need to go any further than that.
There's certain people that are never gonna. I don't care if they have the DAO tokens or not. They're not going to get a share of it because of what they have done.
I mean, that's a terrible business practice thing to say, and maybe we should say that on the recorded space. But
I don't care if you try to.
But I fully understand who and what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, but this is not a. There's no business behind WAGMI Wines. It's not a corporation. It's a club.
Let's just say the token count isn't exactly correct.
No, token count.
There's fewer tokens than are on the chain.
If you are in good standing with the project, then you have nothing to worry about.
There you go.
That's all. But when we do distributions it's not going to be just because you hold the token. There's going to be more requirements. You must be in good standing. Yeah, got to treat people right. You got to participate. You can't just get it transferred to you and then that's again.
Well, I wonder.
That's how the last NFT project was treated by me. Even though I thought I was in good standing, apparently I wasn't.
Yeah, well, that was
by doing nothing. I was not in good standing.
Well, being in good standing doesn't mean you haven't purchased. If you don't purchase NFTs, that's not enough to be in bad standing. Not in good standing is people who have done more than that. I mean, if you don't have money to buy NFTs,
it's like an NFL contract where like you have to like do something bad, right?
or just be present. Like, I think some of these NFT projects are so much about buying and not about just being present. Like, I don't see Jay spending $1 billion in NFTs, but he's present in all the conversations and he engages. Like, like you don't have to
Right.
always be buying to be participating.
He gives feedback into the DAO, and
yeah.
Jay's a player. Jay's a high roller in the Web3 world. He's an important people. He's running Discord.
Right.
He's running
even
Discord.
if he doesn't spend a lot, he's a high roller in social status.
Yeah.
Sure.
He's running people's Discords. He's out there doing shit. Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw it. I think I was on vacation when it came up, so I didn't make too big of a deal about it. But did y'all happen to catch the tweet when Near Run posted up? She's like, "Hey Bits, I finally found one," and she had a Truly. I fucking because I haven't heard from her in eons, and then randomly one day.
What was it? Was it from Miami last year?
No, she was
sure that we got her Trulies in Miami last year.
No, she never had one.
Oh yes, she did. I got her one, and I saw her drinking.
No, she never had one. She never had. She did not have one.
I don't know about that.
She did not have one. And then she sent this post the other day. No, she didn't, because the original Trulies. I
might have to ask the AR department about
the original Trulies that we had, that like Butters had or whatever. We drank all those in the golf carts.
All right.
Right.
Okay. Maybe I thought we.
Yeah.
Maybe because I thought we bought them, or because I knew we bought them.
No, we drank them on the golf carts. Like we had those suckers done before we were finished the first block of tours. Where we were asking them, "Is there a liquor store around here somewhere?" You rip over on the golf cart and hook us up with some Trulies. But yeah, she sent that. She's a wonderful gal. I miss talking to her. She was such a nice person.
I was just thinking, has who else has heard from her? Because I was looking at my Oh Hello collectors, and she is one of them. So, where's she been?
I'd love to see Dan Williams put out some more pieces.
Yeah.
I have my physical Dan Williams piece hanging in my office. I'd love to have more.
That's fucking awesome.
Send him a DM.
I just saw. I don't know how I.
No, don't DM him. Tag him in the general so we can all like feed on it. Be like, hey man, yeah, we want to see some more pieces. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, I'm down with that.
What the hell was I gonna say? I don't fucking remember. Anyways, I just wonder if like, I don't know, has anybody else talked to Nia Run since or whatever? I'm just wondering if she's still arting, if she's still doing. She just.
She like the rest of us. She's slammed in IRL.
In real life. That's funny. I can't.
I haven't heard from her either.
She's good shit. She was fun. Butters, of course. I mean, fuck. Butters, wild guy. Stop.
Have you talked to him on a more personal level? Either of you? And I saw he popped into the Discord the other day, but
I just every once in a while I text him. I shoot him a text just to see how he's doing. Like, especially like there was they had some flooding in his neck of the woods this year, so I messaged him to see if everything was okay, and fucking it was like a big shit show. Yeah, just every once in a while I just touch base with him on text, just go, hey man, how's it going? You all good? And we talk a few sentences back and forth, and that's it. I haven't talked to him since the last time he was probably in the Discord, I guess, would be that.
Is he doing all right then, as far as you know?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Well, yeah, he popped in for a little bit and said hi, so.
His kids are driving him nuts.
Well, because
it's part of being a dad. It's part of being a single dad.
Got him by himself now, right? Yeah.
But yeah, So yeah, I guess I,
I
I
don't
talk I talk
I
to him
don't
every.
have any I don't have any pictures with Niran from Miami last year.
Yeah,
Actually, I
she
thought we
never.
would have taken one with a Truly. Maybe we didn't have any Trulies to play.
Nope, she didn't have any Trulies because we had the Trulies on the golf carts, and we drank them all like really fast. And then after that, that was it. Like there was never. It was
All
wine.
right.
It was wine the rest of the time, right?
Oh yeah.
Lots of wine. Lots and lots. I still remember on the catamaran too. It was funny when I went down to get a drink, another glass of wine, and I just said, "Hey, is there any other reds other than this one?" And she goes, "Oh, well, I got this one," and she pulled out the gold label, and I'm like, "Oh shit, I'll have that." And then I remember I had the first glass, and then I got her to pour another glass, and then I turned around and I can't remember who it was. It was Willie or somebody. I was like, "Oh, you got to get in there. The gold label's open. Fucking run."
Yeah, no, it was definitely me. He told me
Yeah, was it?
'cause I hadn't had it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't had it yet either. I drank that one by myself one night here. It was right at the end of summer. It was just a beautiful night. It was fantastic. Like everything was good. And I went and I grabbed that sucker and I'm like, I'm going to drink that right now. And it was good. I wouldn't pay that retail for it, but it was good.
I have one more left that I just been saving, but I gave it to my in-laws, and they called me and they said that is one of the best cabs they've ever had.
Yeah, it was
They're
very
like,
good.
he said that was incredible.
Yeah.
I
No.
mean, I have
Wait.
the regular one, and then the regular cab, and then the other threes, and then the gold one, and you do a taste test, and it's like a night and day difference. It's just such a smooth wine. It's just very good.
Wait, just so I'm clear, so you don't have one more left.
I have one more left of them.
Oh, okay.
I just have one more saved. Yeah, I only ordered
Okay.
50 of them.
Because I still have my one unopened.
Your one unopened. Okay.
Yeah,
I was
because I told you that my goal is to be the only person left standing with a complete vertical of every bottle, and
You might
think
be. I don't. So there's some that I don't have anymore. Like,
so you and
Carly
Chris
Guinness.
would have been like the last two. I guess now maybe Scrappy May.
He doesn't.
Howie.
So
I don't think he's sitting on them though. I don't think he's holding them.
no. So Chris and I don't have a whole set of them. Like I don't have the Carla Ganis or Make It Rad ones anymore. So I do not now. Wild. He burns 3 gold ones, but I only had one. I had 2 bottles left. I gave him one of the last ones.
Just
He
like
got
just in
lucky.
this last burn, this last
Yeah, this last burn.
shipment.
He burned 3 gold ones, so I gave them back. Well, I only.
I don't know
gave
why,
him
but it
the
makes
regular
me
ones.
it makes me feel good that he's still around. Like even though he's silent, that he's just out there.
Yeah, he went.
It's a good feeling for some reason.
He had some life changes, and he had to take a step away for a little bit, but he's around. Like I think he's interested in being part of something. I think there's a lot of people that are just kind of waiting for that next project to get involved and be part of, but they don't want the drama.
What about Vandy? Is Vandy still around? Because I feel like he pops up every once in a while, but
He might still be involved in the Threes project, but I'm not part of the new grotto, so I don't know. So
he was kind of like right at the tail end there, But he was kind of like Wild, where he went silent on everything just because I think he was just his work schedule didn't allow him to be on his phone or anything like that during the day.
yeah.
Nobody's
Yeah,
gonna-
no, I think there's a lot of people like Wild that are just looking for that next project to be part of, you know. So it inspires me to try to think of something, that we can all do together. That's fun, and I'd love to involve artists to give them a voice, like, I do.
Wagme wine barrel roasted coffee.
Wow.
No.
I wish
Yeah.
I
No.
wish I was an artist. You know, if I was an artist, then I would do so much more. But I'm not, and I don't want to pretend to be. I don't want to just go on some mid journey and make some fake art and then just kind of water down everything, kind of like what happened last year. The art on Object has looked so much better lately. Just you can tell it's original and it's not like so AI obvious. Like, and there's some AI stuff that's good. Like you can tell they've really put some thought into it, but there's just a lot of trash art on Object. That's
And not trash art in a good way.
Right.
not in a good way. No. But I've always like one of the big things about WAGME is I wanted to help artists. I wanted to give them a voice, put their art online and give them a platform. I'd like to still do something like that where, the collectors and myself and the artists all can participate and have fun doing so. But I don't want it to be something where it's 100, 200, everything gets speculative. I think part of WAGME, it got a little speculative at sometimes. And, when people are spending 150, 300 TES for a piece, it's exciting to see the price go up. But at the same time, like, we're too small of a collector base to support those high prices for pieces. Because there's not enough people out there willing to buy. Like, there's 5 people.
I think I was the only one to spend that much on a single piece. And
No.
to get my Proteon 101.
Yeah, but I think Scrappy might have paid a couple hundred TES for a piece. Between you and Scrappy, definitely paid the most.
Yeah, I think I had the highest single buy. But yeah, Scrappy probably had a lot. Like he probably bought 3 or 4 pieces at 200 TES, to where I needed just the one that I paid 300 TES for.
Yeah, I still speaking of that, Telos, he does contract work for me. For my companies. He's awesome.
Cool. That was actually.
So I still keep him around. He's very resourceful.
I was going to ask about him because his name popped in my head. He's a great dude too, man.
Yeah.
Totally
Yeah, and
great dude.
he would probably be down to get into something too. Like I said, a lot of people are on the sidelines right now, just kind of waiting for something fun that's not speculative, but they can just get behind. I mean, again, I'm always looking for new hobbies and new interest. I like NFTs.
We should sell Amway. Is Amway still a thing?
But I'm very serious. How do you feel about coffee?
I love it's the only issue is that putting together the pieces to do like custom coffee bags and things like that. Just a lot of work. Just knowing what I put, like you guys know, I've told you guys a million times, but to put together just the WAGME stuff was.
So are you talking about just like the bagging and labeling,
the artwork?
I think
the process of creating, buying the bags and then the coffee.
I'm just thinking coffee is a lot less regulated. Obviously, you don't need all your licensing and all your ATF information on the back, right? And the front could just be a lot more like stickers, where you could even just like send out the same stickers that you put on the front of the bag if you didn't want the bag of coffee.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
it's also a situation where
I'm in a rabbit hole, so I'm spitballing, but
yeah, but I guess the main issue is that you have to buy the product, so there's upfront costs to it, and the time, the shipping, and arranging all that. I love the idea of coffee.
I don't know though. Do you though? Because I mean, you can roast 10 pounds of coffee, or you could roast 5 pounds of coffee.
I was gonna say, I think that
20 pounds.
I definitely think the costs involved would be significantly less, but I'm only guessing.
You don't have production time. You don't. I mean, there is some of that, but you don't have
Fuck.
9 months to a year and a half, 2 years for a cab kind of production time. You don't have barrel storage costs. You don't have bottle storage fees.
You can send it to Australia, and then, and,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, you don't have state restrictions to where you can't send it to Oklahoma or Texas or whatever.
I'm just waiting for Pope to go, shut the fuck up, guys. I don't want to do coffee, okay? God damn it.
So one thing I'm gonna agree with you guys about coffee is that if I had to do Wabby wines all over again, I probably would have done coffee because it appeals to a wider audience. Where wine, I found out a lot of people don't drink wine, and also shipping wine internationally, you can't do it. So coffee would have been, I think, a better product, but I didn't want to do coffee. I want to do wine.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if we just like do like a one coffee drop? Like, I don't know. I'm not saying like we switch the whole thing, because obviously there are some other there were some other projects. Corin sent me some ETH pieces because it was a coffee project that completely failed. But I guess my thought is, we already have kind of a standing and establishment. You obviously know what you're doing in this kind of business realm, as we talked about different business earlier. So you obviously have somewhat of a foothold in this type of business. Maybe it's something that's can easily be done for a single drop or an every other drop.
Or Poke will
Not
just
every
have
other
to,
drop, but like a once a year, twice a year drop.
Poke will have to run out and go to what's that market y'all got there in Florida, Peoples or something like that. Fucking, I don't know. Buy boxes and going to Costco and buying boxes of coffee and sticking stickers on them. I'd be okay with that.
I mean, I got a local roaster in my town that
Right? Oh fuck, they're everywhere.
That's what their bag looks like, is just a sticker on it. So like, I'm thinking, shit, worst comes to worst, I go to them, get however many bags need to get sent out, throw some stickers on them.
Boom.
Get some stickers that the artist made up. Bingo bango.
You could drop a blend from Canada down, Bits' blend.
We've had lengthy conversations about me doing that with my wine, and it's just not that easy.
No, once you get a controlled substance, it just changes everything, as Poke definitely knows. We couldn't even use the ANTN label.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Self-harm.
And you probably also couldn't use that on the coffee label either, though. So
I bet you could. I guarantee. No, that the only reason with the wine bottles is because it's controlled by, I don't know what
depressive. Wine is technically a depressant.
Yeah, but wine is an alcohol, right? Like that's under a totally different set of rules than food, right?
Yeah, but I still, I mean, there are still rules to food, right? Especially in the USA. Actually, we're probably one of the least. I think Canada and the EU and stuff like that is way more.
Well, no, I know there's rules to food, but I mean, as far as like putting self-harm stuff on there, I don't know. I guess who knows?
I bet there would be. I bet there would be.
By the way, he was a really nice guy.
They just may not have looked at it that way. That piece, that particular piece, they just may not have seen it as self-harm. But anyway,
he's a really Anton. He's a really nice guy. He tried minting a piece the other day. I don't know if he ever got it to work, but he tried a couple times to mint this I don't know what he was trying to mint, but it was like breaking object. Every time he'd go on it and click on it, and it would be loading, and then it would like totally boot you out and like kick you out, and you were gone. Like error 404 not found. Because I know he was talking to me about doing bigger things. I guess he's doing a lot more physical pieces too, is what he was switching back to. But he's an interesting dude.
That was kind of cool that you got to meet up with him.
It was. I was really happy that I could help out, and to meet him was really, really cool. It was just a fun thing, and it worked out really, really well. The fact that he lived in the same city as me is just like bonus. You know what was interesting with him that I found just from our conversation that we were having, because he came from Russia, right, and moved to Canada, because just nicer place, just a lot of the reasons that lots of people move to Canada or the United States, and so I don't normally jump into political conversations because I just totally believe that talking politics is always a circle conversation because even people that are like-minded will always have differences and it's I hate it. It's not a good way to chat with people I find. But he started talking a little bit about it, and then he says, and then he said something about I asked him about moving to Canada, and he goes, "Why are you all so mean to the police here? You're all so fucking mean to the police." He's like, he's like, there's granted there's bad ones here. He's like, but when you're in trouble in Canada, you call the police and they're probably going to come and help you. He's like, try being in Russia. Like you don't call the police for fucking nothing. he's like, the police are the real bad ones. He's like, you guys got to stop being so mean to police here. I just thought that was so funny, and I'm like, yeah, you would know, dude. Like you would totally know. It was interesting. It was interesting to hear his take on some political things here in North America because I mean he came from a place that was very different. So, anyways.
Well, hey guys, I gotta roll out of here, but it was fun catching up and talking. It was good chat.
Dude, that was totally awesome to chat with you and hear your voice.
Yeah, so good to hear from you, man. Like, I haven't been around a lot lately, especially in Discord and Twitters, but other than Tuesdays. Yeah, it's good to hear from you.
Yeah, guys. All right, we'll see you next week.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, see you, bye.
See you.
Thanks for all your support and everything, man.
Thanks for what you do.
I appreciate it.
He's done a lot for us. Done a lot for everybody. Running that project. Big time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we'll jump out of here in another half hour anyways, but we can still chat and Malicious pop back in, Fendel pop back up. One of these days you got to get a conversation with Jay going again. Too. That guy talks, just so you all know. That guy down there, Jay, he talks. And I know Sister Sage talks because Fendel and Sister Sage were having like a little practice Twitter space, and I was in there hanging out. And I know she talks as well. So, just to let people know.
Hey, at least they didn't like approach us and ask us to do a space and like just to use us as a practice space, right?
Yeah, that would be horrible if people did that. Oh wait, that has happened, hasn't it?
Somebody has done that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Another person we don't talk about.
And then shamelessly not talk to us anymore after that.
Yeah. You remember?
That's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Fendel and Sister.
That brings up another interesting thing. We were talking about artists being aggressive, and it's like, have you ever had an artist contact you and throw a hissy fit because you didn't buy their art? Right?
Yeah. No. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, funny.
Yep.
You too.
Or yeah. I guess we were talking about throwing a hissy fit for you selling their art, but yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I could never imagine that. I could never imagine Fendel fucking jumping in my DMs and going, "Okay, Bits, like I come out and hang in your space all the time, and you haven't fucking bought a single piece in like 8 drops. Like, come on, man. Like, what's the problem here? You fucking don't like me? Like,
no, I want to hear some more goddamn woodblock. All right, that's a joke just for you, Fendel, because apparently you got mad when I said you played too much woodblock and you didn't think I appreciated your saxophone playing. I totally do.
So that brings up an interesting thing.
I love you, brother.
Did you go back and listen to that, Willie? When Fendel, because you weren't here last week, and Fendel busted.
No, I didn't.
Oh God, you got to, man.
You just mentioned it to me.
So it was very interesting because like Fendel had said, I can't remember what you said about that, but that we've never asked you to play the saxophone. And it's like I was conversing. I actually had a call with Willie right after that show last week, and that kind of came up. And it's like the way that I looked at it was like, well, if I come over to your house, you wouldn't totally ask me to work on your car while I came over just to fucking, while you're here, can you look at this problem? And that's kind of the way that I felt with you playing sax. Is like I don't need to invite Fendel over to play just because I want somebody to play sax. but I guess it's one of the things that you love and you do very well. So I can see how, there might be a little offense that we've never asked you to play sax.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot that was even just last week. Actually, I was thinking it was like weeks ago.
Yeah.
My
No, that
weeks
was
are running together.
no, that was last week. That was last week. Yeah.
But yeah, no, yeah, you're right. Me and you had that conversation, and it was, I was saying like, because the week before that I was talking about just random, like people who like malicious down there, who have just sung or played or whatever on the space, and my thought on that was the time that Fendel played the wood blocks for us, because I didn't know what they were, and he was so gracious in explaining everything about them and then playing them for us, and I was super appreciative of that. And yeah, like you said, I don't want to just like ask you to play saxophone. Of course, we'd love to hear you play saxophone.
Actually, you know what I should have said? I take back everything that I said there. What I should have said is said, Fendel, you're here. You always have the microphone. What makes you think that you can't just bust out the sax whenever you bloody well feel like it? Like, come on.
True story.
Right? Yeah. So there.
I mean, I'm always down to play for you guys because it's the thing that I love the most.
Right?
It's also like if we had a comedian on and being like, "Hey, tell us a joke." Like, like we don't, we appreciate that you're here. We want to talk to you for, anything that you want to talk about, not just be a show monkey, I guess.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but you guys are my fans, like I'm always, happy to share what I love, and what I do, and yeah, I probably wouldn't do it for just anybody, just just play me a tune, like I probably wouldn't do that, but like you guys know me, like me, my music, exactly what I do, and honestly, there's not like a lot of people even in Web 2, like my own friends don't even know like what the hell I do, and
I know how to fix this right now. Finley, you got to play us out tonight.
I got my horn right in my hands.
Yeah, you got to play us out tonight.
All right. Well, in 20 minutes.
Not right now, though. In like 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes, we'll shut her down, and Fendel can play us out.
Yep.
That sounds great.
And then I'll tell everybody when I do when I write the tweet out, I'll be like, tonight's closing music supplied by Fendel. You have to listen to the recording if you want to know what it was. Right?
That sounds great.
Now I want to shut the space down just so I can hear it.
No, we said 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
No, we got Mal.
Yeah.
Like Mal.
Yeah,
Mal's probably got some beautiful thing to share. Like what do you got?
I know.
Mal?
She's been up and down all night.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm managing 5 projects currently right now, so lots of little quick meetings and also modding a Twitch stream.
Are any of them any good?
What?
Don't answer that.
How can you? I was going to say, how could you ask a question like that? I'm ready. I'm doing.
I don't know. I'm wondering. Like, you think I should jump into?
Yeah, the Twitch stream I'm modding is for Zero Alpha. He does drum and bass. He is a legend. He's a Tezos artist as well.
What was his name?
New Zealand. Zero Alpha.
Oh, I have a feeling you've actually mentioned that to us before, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
Wait.
If you listen to the stream, you may hear my voice popping in and out every once in a while.
And I'd be like, yeah, I know that voice.
Yep. And I am. Oh, go ahead.
I'm getting a technical question. Do you mean Twitch stream like what we're on right now? Like, is that what we're calling it
No,
now?
Twitch.
Twitch.
Twitch stream. Okay, that's me. That's my bad.
Yeah.
Alpha.
And I'm doing 3 disability justice projects, doing the organization for that. I'm also doing 2 art project organization things. the one that I wanted to tell you guys about is so Taya was at, I talked about this earlier. Taya was at Miami Art Week with Refraction DAO, the Tez poll. But the Taya team has also been working on Cyber Gallery as well as Twitter Spaces. The first one will be tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, hosted by yours truly. And then there will be another space, which will be an artist talk, a part one artist talk on Friday at 8 p.m. And then part two, for time zone compatibility with all of the artists, will be another one at 3 a.m. And I will be hosting all three of those. So,
Dude, you hardcore.
You need to get some sleep.
it'll be good. And then I'll have a little rest for like a day, and then I'll get bored and do some more stuff.
Keep going. Keep doing what you do.
Yeah. And then in January, I'm hoping to host one-on-one artist talks as well, which I think will be fun.
That's what she's using us for practice, Willie. Fuck's sakes.
Oh my god.
No, just kidding.
No.
I was just gonna say this.
I'm all right with that. I was gonna ask her if she needed a co-host. So you were away.
You're gonna pawn me off? No.
Yeah.
I was just on this Zero Alpha. I was checking out clicking on some stuff here. The drum and bass that he doesn't mint any of that. It's just on the live Twitch stream.
Yeah, he does live Twitch.
Okay.
He has some pieces that have sound, if I remember correctly.
That's what I was figuring, is that some of these might.
He is doing a lot of Bandcamp stuff, though there's a bunch of people in the community who are interested in developing a Bandcamp-like thing on Tezos. There was a couple conversations about that over the last few months, especially because the mass layoffs that were happening at Bandcamp. There's a concern that structure is going to change, and people want to be able to support folks. So, yeah.
That'd be cool stuff. Well, I'm giving a follow of Zero Alpha here because seeing some pretty neat stuff here, and I'd like to hear some drum and bass someday. So I might download the old Twitch app after. You know.
You can open it up on your desktop as well. You don't even need an
all right.
You do know we have a WXAPK Twitch handle.
Oh yeah, do we?
Yeah, I'm mostly just hang out with Rick Ketagawa.
Oh, is that how you? Okay, I was
in his streams in there.
Right. Okay, that's right. You've been doing those. Cool. Getting the old WX8BK out there. I forgot that because when you said that, I was kind of like stumbling. I'm like, shit, did I start that? Because I don't even fucking remember the password or nothing.
No, that's all. I have all the logins for that.
Okay, gotcha. Well, we have a YouTube as well.
If you need to log into that, just let me know, I guess.
We have a YouTube as well, and the one thing that I wanted to say to that is it's now, if you click on the PFP and you go into our info, it's listed there, and it's also in our link tree. I corrected that. I made it real. I mean, if you're going to send people places, you might as well give them the roadmap to get there. That's the one thing. Willie and I have talked about that back and forth. Well, obviously, Willie and I only do this. This is on our spare time. Like, this is our hobby. This is our fun. If it could be more, it would be great. But the odds of that are very, very slim. But we always forget. Like, every once in a while, I go look at stuff. Like Willie's, like, he was asking for the Rick Ketagawa interview, and then I sent it to him, and he's like, "What the fuck is this? This isn't it. This is his picture, but it's somebody else's interview or whatever." And then
no, it was that pickleball guy.
Oh, was it? Okay, but oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. Pardon me. I mixed that up.
But I think the picture was Ski Latour, Rick Ketagawa.
Okay, yeah, that probably could have been it. And then I was like, no, and I sent it, and then I went on to YouTube again. I'm like, no, here it is. Like, this is it. And then 4 days later or whatever, on Sunday, I was just sitting around. I'm like, well, I should jump on the YouTube and see what things are looking like over there. And man, there was like 3 interviews that were all Rick Kitagawa, but it wasn't Rick Kitagawa. And then it was actually kind of bad. There was a lot of um, people's pictures that didn't match the interviews, and then like the way that the way I had the headings and the interviews was just like so. I don't. So I actually spent like an hour and a half and 2 hours, and I went through it all and straightened it all out. But it's like these free tools. Got to make sure if you're using them, you use them properly, because otherwise they're just nothing. They're not useful for anything. You know, for sure. Got to use these free tools. Try to stay up on it. But
So like, did it maybe like keep the old settings when you
yeah,
started the
yeah.
next stream or
So
something?
yeah, when I
Something like
start,
that?
so with when I'm using, I use OBS Studio, and when you're firing up a stream, you have to manage it because like I have it set up to go to YouTube. So then you have to go, well, no, YouTube, you need a title and you need all this stuff inputted in there. And then to make things easier every month, I was just clicking the button that said reuse this information, and
Yeah.
it was specifically just so that the month and everything stayed the same, and then I would just change who it was, and then in the description I would erase the old guest and put in the new guest, right? But change all the settings, like is this safe for kids, is blah blah blah, like all the buttons that I have to click and shit to set up one of these streams. And so that's what was happening, is that I wasn't changing that information, and so it was mixing some of it up. But and I think most of the time that was usually when like I would be like, oh shit, I didn't start a stream, so I would just like click 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 and I'll change this later, and I never would, or I copied and pasted and didn't save it right, or who knows, whatever. But yes, that is specifically what I was doing. Was yes, it was because I was reusing
Yeah,
old
no, that makes
information. Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
yeah, yeah. And Rick
I mean,
Kitagawa was the one
I'm just
that's
trying to like understand like from a technical perspective, because you do all of this. I don't like
yeah,
don't
yeah.
mess with it.
This
I
OS
need to. I need to get in there so I can help you out with some of more of that
this OBS
stuff.
Studio is a fucking amazing tool. Like I just muck around with it. Like the capabilities that we use when we're doing this stream are nothing compared to what this is. Like I this is another tool. This is actually the next tool that I need to refine and make it a little bit better, so that when like right now on the screen on YouTube, it's our Night Train logo with fire coming up in front of it, and it says Night Train Tuesdays at 9 p.m. Right, and that's my typical go-to that I leave up sitting there. But the one thing that I should have and that I can set up is so that when all of us are talking, if our guest like it'll be my PFP, your PFP, and our guest PFP, and then whoever is speaking, Fendel, I could pop his up there right now and stick it on the screen on top of.
Will it do it automatically to who's talking?
No, but it's literally just a
You
click.
you got to click through. You
It's
got to click 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 click.
Yeah, but it's literally like if I have it set up, like if I have all these PFPs sitting there, it's literally like I do it all the time. Like as I'm clicking back and forth, say if I go to show um, a piece of art from somebody that we're talking to, and I go fade, and it's like a TV studio, right? Like I just click fade and it fades over, or you can do wipes and all these different transfers.
Oh, can
I,
you get it in like a nice 1998 Star Wipe though?
yeah. Well, I don't know. Yes, no, I guarantee there is. It's that's it.
I want that vintage Star Wipe.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. Well, I'll work on that.
old school. It wasn't even Microsoft. What the fuck was it? Microsoft PowerPoint or something? At the
Star
time?
Wipe. It's Star Wipe. I think that was on a Simpsons episode too. And Star Wipe and Star Wipe.
I think it was on a South Park episode also.
Good. But yeah, I need to use these.
Very classic.
I need to really. I would like to definitely use these tools a bit more with this OSB, because it's video production. Like and it's live studio
Yeah.
stuff. It's so simple. It's so fucking simple. But half the time I'm so focused on just sitting here staring at the phone, like because that's what we used to always do, that I forget that there's this other thing over here. But I would like it to, if somebody has it on their screen, it would be nice if there was always something a little bit more.
Well, we that's why we always needed a third person. We
Right.
needed a producer.
Right? The
We need
producer.
somebody else to do that for us.
K. Smith Simmer. She
Yeah.
liked our Christmas ornament post today.
Well,
I think it was today.
that baby's old enough now, right? She
Right?
should
Yeah,
be
that
able
baby
to
should
come
be.
back
Yeah,
and
so
produce
she
for us.
she should give that baby a phone, and that baby should be our fucking producer, right? She should put that kid to work.
Right?
Put that kid to work. Get him working young. Get him working young. Anyways,
Anybody who doesn't know, or anybody listening later,
Yeah.
she is the K in WXAPK.
that's right. She is so. Facts. She was one of the OGs, founder. She was actually the original one that used to run all the pinning things up to the top,
Yeah,
and she would do all the.
she was our producer.
She Googled. Like, yeah, she was Googling. She was pinning things up to the top. Man, she was hardcore. And then what happens? Oh, go start a family. Well, go have a real life without us. Fine. Well, whatever.
Fine, be IRL.
Right? Yeah, be all IRL. That's what kids are.
She's
Anyways,
great.
this OBS Studio, yeah, love it. Neat little. It's open source too, so there's all kinds of plugins that people have built. Like, I actually found
Okay, I've heard enough about OBS
Yeah.
Studio. I want to know what's going on in the rest of the world from Militia Sheep because she's got all the news and I don't know any of it, and she's been so quiet all night.
Well, it's because we've been talking. Fuck, when
I
we
know.
when we don't let anybody in, we don't let anybody in, man. We just talk.
But now there's nobody else to talk
Right.
except me and you, and I can talk to you anytime. So Mal, what's going on?
I don't know. What do you want to know? It's too broad.
Yeah,
Having a
yeah,
question
Willie,
and I
you
have
can't
something
just
great.
you can't just throw a blanket question like that out there.
Yeah.
All of
I've
it?
got I've got
Let's see,
way too
you-
many brain pathways that are opening simultaneously. I need some
I don't know.
direction.
You lined us up on Tez poll,
Yeah.
so we know how straight it is.
Mhm.
Can we? Oh, I got a question for you.
Mhm.
Do you know about Festivus? Are you familiar with Festivus?
Mhm.
Okay.
Vaguely.
Can we parlay this Fez poll into a Festivus poll?
Mhm. Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah. I think it's possible. I think also a maypole for in the
Oh yeah,
spring.
there's a good one.
Mhm.
That's the one with all the streamers, right?
I don't know about a maypole.
Mhm.
What's a maypole?
It's the one where they. Where is it?
I know maypole.
Is it Germany? Is it
Canadian
German?
maypole.
Anyways, it's when they have. They do a dance. They have like all these streamers coming from a pole, and then I think it's all. No, it is men and women I think that do it, but they weave in and out of each other while they dance around, and the
Mhm.
ribbons all like weave around the
Oh,
pole.
is this like the movie Midsummer?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Okay.
nasty.
But
Findle, you have your hand
not
up?
that.
What's up, Vendel?
Oh, I was just curious. I wanted to get back to the Bandcamp version of Tezos. Like that is very interesting to me, and I am
Mhm.
concerned about Bandcamp and the sale of Bandcamp and their layoffs, and I've been interested in that model because I've used Bandcamp for a long time, and I'm just kind of curious, what and who's working on that.
So currently, well, I'm sure you remember the Tez Radio or Hen Radio project from back in the day. The TEA team is tentatively exploring how they might bring that back. One of the TEA team members, Ryan, who is the Tezpol guy now, through no fault of his own, he was in the background of the photo, talking on the phone to me, of course. And he has made something called TEA Cafe, which has a music focus because he's a musically minded fellow. That's why he got into Web3 was for music, and changing the way that structures work for artists. So he has that, which I highly recommend exploring. It's Ryan K. Tanaka. Ryan K. Tanaka, yeah, I think, pretty sure. And he is working on that, which is cool. And yeah, the exploration conversation regarding like a Bandcamp type thing on Tezos was stemming from a conversation about Tea Cafe and Hen Radio and how to bring that back and what could be done to improve on that, and would they just like duplicate that model? How would they do archiving? Would they do storage? What other integrations could there possibly be, like Code Crafting's locked.io, LOCKT.io, where it's token gated file distribution. So, say you have a song and you want to share the album art or some sort of perk, like maybe an original wave file for your fans to play with. If they have the NFT and you set that NFT in locked.io, then you can unlock that file and then have that available to you. There's a whole bunch of different things. I am very interested in it, of course, because I'm musically minded. This is something that I think I have a master plan, an idea that I've been plucking away with in my brain for 2 years now since I came into Web3, for how to do my music on Tezos. But I will have to learn how to code because every coder that I've asked is too busy to take it on. So it's going to be the crux, guys. That's going to be how I learn.
Oh shit! I forgot. I haven't made it. None of us here has made a coding comment yet, but there it is.
I swooped in. But yeah.
Wow, I'm really curious to see, what your ideas, I mean, you don't have to share that now, but what that's going to be like, and kind of like what your ideas for it are, because I guess I'm always really interested in having better tools for musicians, aside from Web 2. I just cannot get anybody interested in blockchain technology, from my friends, and I've tried various ways, and it's just I'm just I'm just kind of over it. In fact, you guys probably know me only as like this sweet person that I really am. I truly am. Try to be like a supporting person because I really do care. And then somebody wanted to argue with me on Web 2, and I just tore this guy down, and then I felt terrible about it. And then I was like, oh, and then he was really offended. And then I was like, oh, this is just going. I can't, if I'm nice, nobody trusts me and nobody cares. And if I go New York on somebody, then they are offended. And then I'm just like, never mind. But,
so let me,
I love that.
I want to chime in here a little bit because, so we've been talking about threesomes a lot tonight, and I haven't talked about it in a long time. And so for you to say like, oh, I got passionate about this thing is a lot less off-putting, I guess, than hearing all the stories about threesomes. If you see where I'm going.
I think I see where you're going.
I think passion has value, and if people aren't ready to hear about that value, then that's not your fault.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa. That's a lot more what I was trying to say. Yes.
Well,
it just sounds to me like you're passionate, not an asshole.
This guy's intelligence. I was probably I said something, real salty, like you probably don't know about these things, and then I listed all of these things.
Okay. Well, did he know about those things?
No, of course not. But
then he shouldn't have been insulted by things he didn't know. If you told him he didn't know things,
I know, but I probably could have been nicer about it. But when I am nice about it in Web 2, then people basically just lump all cryptocurrencies into the same FTX, you know what I mean? And then they just and they just poke fun at it. And then I'm just like, this is not helping. Like, I'm trying.
There's no more conversation after that, right?
Exactly. Like I'm just like, I'm not even gonna try because you're just clowning, and that's not what my intention was. My intention actually was to help somebody and offer them a real way of, you know, of valuing their music, you know, more than zero, you know, from, you know, like Spotify or, you know, before
Well,
that, you know, like
and
anyway.
the problem, no, I'm on your side. The problem I always see on, like, from the other side of, like, where you say, like, he lumps it into this FTX kind of conversation, is that you've already made up your mind, right? If you're saying that, you've already made up your mind. You don't have an open mind. You don't want to hear about Web3 itself. All you know is what the news is telling you, and the news is telling you stay away. So if you actually want to know about the technology and the blockchains and the opportunities and the actual direct sales, things like that, you need to keep an open mind. But when you tell me, oh, Sam Bateman Fried, your mind's closed already. Boom. Why am I having this conversation? You give me another reason for me to open this conversation back up.
Yeah. For most people, Web3 is a combination of FTX, Bored Apes, and for some reason, a lot of the people that I'm talking to outside of Web3 think that NFTs are stocks. Like, so that there's like so many layers that is wrong that you have to like unpack and help them visualize and understand. But not everybody has the patience for that. And when they feel like if people feel like they're stupid, like if they don't understand something and they feel like they're stupid, they shut down. Even if they're wildly intelligent, if they have that self-consciousness about it, then they're more likely to become defensive and close off and not be accepting of new information, which makes things a lot more difficult for onboarding. But make it fun.
I kind of feel like that comment of them saying that they're stocks is actually like a progression to NFTs just being, oh, those are just JPEG.
Right click save.
At least they're putting value in stocks.
Yeah,
right?
but they don't understand.
It was just, oh, there's just pictures on the internet.
It's like not understanding that, because they're in their mind they're conflating crypto, and crypto isn't even stocks, but they're conflating crypto with NFTs, which are separate. And so there's like so many things that you have to like pull apart and explain all of the components. And like we did that in the course of 3 months and blew our little brains. It was like 5 years of information in 3 months in 2021, right? And so the fast-paced nature of that info sharing that was going on with all of the excitement, our brains were able to absorb it a lot easier. But they don't have that drive to understand because they don't see what it is just yet. But there are lots of real-world examples for Tezos already, which are exciting. We've got the DMV in California is using it for their database. We've got Shopify integration. We've got a university in England that has used it for their democratic elections for their student body. We have a whole bunch of stuff. We've got the Grammys.
Oh, what's going on with the Grammys?
Grammys are with One Of, which is like a blend of Web 2, Web 3. One Of also has the estate of Whitney Houston, Biggie Smalls. Who else is over there?
Isn't it Quincy Jones?
Yeah, I think so. And then there's some living artists that are working with them too, like what the hell is her name? Doja Cat. Doja Cat's with One Of.
And they're working with Tezos specifically, not just Web3.
Yeah, One Of is a Tezos organization. Yeah.
Oh.
Like a marketplace. They do a lot of fan reward type things. And they
kind of
do
like
collaborations.
or no?
Kind of, but like merch redeems, like very closed collectibles. So um, you get an NFT that allows you to have this collectible. You collect enough collectibles, you get a free ticket to an exclusive show, and that only like 30 people get to go to, and like things like that. So it has like different types of rewards. Um, it varies from artist to artist, and then they also do, from what I understand, a lot of sampling collabs, which I think is interesting. But yeah, there's like all sorts of stuff.
Huh. I've never even heard of this before. I'm clicking around on one of right now. Huh. And there it is.
Yep. Yep.
Who would have
Yeah,
known?
I'd be more interesting. I'd be more interested on the like legal side and the who's getting paid on the sampling part. Like, how is that working?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Good
You know what I mean?
question.
Like, are we
I think Warner's involved.
reminting every piece on Tezos and then splitting royalties, kind of thing? Like,
Well, there
maybe I just don't have the musical knowledge to wrap my head around it.
there's been a couple
Yeah.
there's a couple versions of that are floating around because there was the one shit, I can't remember what it was. It's not on Tezos, or maybe it was, but it was where TLC, right? So some artists are re-recording the
I
songs.
think that was one of too.
Was that one of? Okay, because I
think it was. Yeah.
It very possibly could have been because I do want to think that it was Tezos, but yeah. So that's another way that it's happening. I think with that, Willie, with who's getting the money, I just think it depends on who's doing it and who's doing what where. Like it's probably coming from all different directions at this moment in time.
Right.
And if
it still
if it's
matters on
old
who's
work-
actually running it. Right?
yeah, like if
Yeah.
Mal said
If it's
Warner,
if it's old work, it's who has the masters.
yep.
And who, right?
Yeah.
Like,
And let's face it, most of that is the record companies.
yeah. So people who have never released music before, or who are independently distributing through Spotify and have never had a contract, they have a little bit more leeway. But yeah, some of the contracts now, like there's one artist I was reading about who has like a required amount of TikToks that she has to produce in a day, or she's in breach of her contract.
Jesus.
So like, yeah, so it's not even just like the music and the samples and like the masters. It's the social media content that you're not required to produce. Like it's just full time,
See, and that
unstopping labor for like $0. You
That-
get like a couple million in advance, and then you have to pay that back, right, through your work.
that just sounds like an old school record contract, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is it's just really interesting to see like. No, that's all I was gonna say. I lost my train of thought.
I remember, you know,
I
there,
hadn't even thought about it.
you know, like
Sorry.
the remember the band, remember Poison, right? You know the band Poison, and my ex, we were listening to her iPhone once, and like this Poison song came on. I'm like, why does this sound so weird? And then I realized, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I think it's recorded live. And then I'm like, this is weird, and I grabbed her phone and looked at it. So that was one of the ones it was because just like a lot of deals back in the day, the record company owns everything Poison. So they were going to these county fairs and recording these songs over again, and that's how they were releasing them. So
Yeah.
like, and I was like, I was blown away. And then when I really started to look into that, I was like, oh my god! I'm like, man, like I knew because I mean, for years I'd been involved in the music industry one way or another through DJing. Plus, actually knew some real big head ups at Warner and Universal Canada. You know, got to sit at the table with them and listen to some of this stuff. But man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Artists, I mean, there was bad deals for musicians, but then there was some that it was just like, oh my god, like how high or drunk were you when you fucking agreed to this?
Mm-hmm.
Like to not own anything is just like
Yeah.
crazy. But I guess at the
Yep.
time when they slapped that money in front of you, but yeah, no, and so the next level of it is not only do you own everything, but now you're fucking making these people be obligated to do social media so many times a day.
Yeah.
That's whack.
Yeah. And I do feel like Web3 gives the opportunity to like in a new way, create the conditions for music festivals. Whereas, like, prior, like, if you're doing a music festival with, like, a label, um, it's going to be fucking super expensive. It's going to be, um, you're going to have to sign on, and you're going to have to make it worth it for them to hire people to do all of the things. But if you were to do it through Web3,
Well, there's a lot of unions involved there too, though. Right?
yeah, but the audience also involves those people, so you can figure out, like, if you say you have a show that you want to do somewhere, and you want to have like 100 artists all come together and play for a few days, and then you have like that local community figures out, they're all involved and they're all excited about the NFTs and stuff. Like, I'm thinking years down the road when this is actually like mass adopted, um, where everybody just like contributes and, like, grassroots shit.
Putting the money right back into the community,
Yeah, exactly.
right at ground
Like,
zero.
yeah.
That's one thing, it kind of brings it back around. Like, like Fendel, I was just wanted to touch back on that with like getting frustrated with people and trying to explain this to them, or getting mad at them. Is that we all just got to take note of these people that we talk to or that are in our lives who we've tried to convince them of this or talk to them about this, tell them they should get educated on this, and they shoot us down. But you wait. There will be a point in time where they'll go, hey, fuck, did you see this new thing? Here's what I'm doing, and blah, blah, blah. Here's this app. And like, you just down, like, be like, yeah, man, don't you remember when I was fucking yelling at you till I was blue in the face about this shit months ago? Right? Like, all of these people will come round.
Yeah. It's going to start with tickets, I think. Ticketing.
Yeah, ticketing makes real sense with that. That makes total sense. They
and like random redeems. So like every 500th ticket gets like a T-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I don't disagree with you at all, and I hope that's where it starts. But I think the problem with that is U.S. regulations and just the fact that Ticketmaster has such a monopoly, and I think the U.S. is still one of the largest live venue markets. So I think it's an uphill battle, but I would absolutely love to see it start there.
But it would be
Ticketmaster in general.
It's very true. I fucking hate Ticketmaster. We've had these conversations before, but I think all it's going to take is for the venues that don't require the union stuff and have these deals, and that's
where there aren't any, man.
No, there is. There's smaller venues, and there are venues that you can do. And you know what, farmers, you know what,
in the U.S. and North America, for major venues,
yeah,
like Pearl Jam tried it 25 years ago, and it didn't work because of the unions. It wasn't Ticketmaster they were fighting at that point.
But they were playing different venues. But if you
gave up.
If you put on a festival out in a field, that omits all of that.
Yeah.
And the only reason that they still use, the only reason that they would still use the venues is because of the manpower, right? But they're like smaller venues don't require that. You have to be like, you look at somebody like Garth Brooks, right? His way against scalpers and defeating scalpers and selling his tickets cheap is that he stays in a town until he doesn't sell tickets anymore, right? And then he's like, cool, I've appeased the crowd. We're all good. Like, there's always tickets available. So number one, that gets rid of the scalpers, because now, what's the point? You can't. Yeah, it does.
No, the last Garth Brooks show I went to, my wife bought tickets from the scalpers, online scalpers, not in person because that's not a thing anymore, but online resale tickets in Vegas.
Well, I don't know why you would. Well, see, but that's because you were going at a. But is that? And I was going to say that's Vegas. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Okay,
but you were going at a certain.
Tour,
but you were going at a certain time, right?
His residency.
Yeah, no, like here, like when the last time he came through Canada, every stop that he made, he stayed for like a week, right? And that's
Yeah, he'd
and
just keep playing.
yeah, and that's how it was. And it was like, oh, then the ticket sales are dithering out, and then he'd go to the next one, right? Like Vegas that's a different. You can't even use Vegas as an example. Like Vegas
Okay.
is so
All right.
fucking
All right.
out.
Let's all right. Let's scratch my previous comment. Let's stick with Garth Brooks. And how many other artists out there that can do that
No, but the answer to that,
besides
well,
Taylor Swift?
but it's the way but it's the way if your record companies are in control and your manager, are in control of how they want to promote their product, they have a say in all of that, right? But if we're in the Web3 world where we're trying to transfer that, then that's how you can defeat that. So it's like, okay, I can go play this smaller venue for 4 nights and not have to
Hold
pay
on.
the unions.
What stops me from buying? Okay. Twitter post. I was kind of going down today because I haven't been on Twitter in a long time, but on top of my feed was A.L. Crago and Howdy Do. We all know Howdy Do as a collector.
Uh-huh.
And A.L. Crago is so upset and distraught with Howdy Do and the way he feels harassed by Howdy Do that he is not minting on Tezos for the foreseeable future and not really going to be on Twitter. Like, he needs to just take a break. And I fully applaud him for that. So, what was my point compared to the music industry?
Tickets.
I had a great point. Tickets.
Well, I think what you were going to say something along the lines of like limiting who has access.
Yes,
Because that
has
is a problem
access.
that, right? Like you have one or two allowable per wallet.
Yes. Thank you.
And so
has access.
Yeah. So you can do. Oh, go ahead.
So okay, yeah. So what stops me from buying all of the Garth Brooks tickets and then reselling those? What stops me from doing that if they're on Tezos?
If it's
from being a flipper.
You can have it on your own personal contract, and you can limit how many go to a certain wallet, right?
You're right. I wasn't thinking whitelist style.
Right. So you can have like how on Versum before it closed down, Versum had you could set a limit for how many could be collected by one wallet. So then that stops the botting. And like you think of like the Taylor Swift concert
you could whitelist 2 or even 4 per wallet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but what stops the bots from creating extra wallets? What stops that's basically what they're doing right now with Ticketmaster. They're just creating extra emails, extra accounts, and
that's where one of the structures that they were doing was you had to have participated a lot in many different ways in order to get access to certain types of perks.
Okay,
so
I like that.
Right, so you'd have to go through like a participation barrier in order to have access to that sort of thing. So like no wallets are allowed unless you meet a threshold.
So
and then that way you
not just by wallet, but like by Discord. Like not a KYC, but also not a CAPTCHA.
Yeah,
where
like a
it's
Discord
like, no,
verification.
We know you've been talking here. Like you're actually engaged in conversation.
Yeah,
but that takes a lot of resources to verify all those people.
Well, there's through Kukai, one of the Kukai devs, cousin is one of the people who developed a Discord bot that does that itself. So you sign in with your wallet and you connect that to your Discord, and then you can set parameters in the Discord that need to be met, and then that helps to unlock things. So that means that you can get access to a private channel, and in that private channel is the only way that you're able to access a certain thing, right? So Beats is utilizing something similar. There's a couple Discords that were using it.
Fan base membership kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's giving the ultimate thing is, there's ways that'll get figured out. The ultimate thing is that it the tools are there that artists can start taking these things back and having control,
Yeah,
right?
and they're being created in real time too. Anything that's missing.
It's happening. It's all good. Fucking music industry. We don't even have to get Fendel started on how bad the music industry. Anybody that's a bit involved in the music industry, it's not knows it's not
No, I'm
fair.
just like I'm just as frustrated as everyone else.
Yeah.
So I want to know, like, I want to know the solutions. I want to know basically. I want to know as a fan how the fuck I get tickets for less than $1,000. You know what I mean? Like that's why I want to have this conversation with you guys.
Hmm.
Yeah, you know,
And
something has to
speaking of,
definitely has
oh,
to be done. Something definitely has to be done.
yeah. Speaking of music, is Fendo gonna play some sad?
He's gonna play us out. I thought you were gonna say, speaking of music, it's Max Hutton. Max Hutton down there, great artist, musician, wonderful friend of the show. Thanks
I'm
for
like
popping in.
when Findle plays, it's gonna be bittersweet because
Yeah, all right.
he's gonna play us out.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, well, we've seen this is where, like when we were saying earlier, it's like I knew that we would go past 10:30. So, so what we'll do here is we've had some pretty good conversation tonight, and I think we'll just take the next 5 minutes. We can finish out our chats, and if there's anything else we need to say, Fendel's been quiet now. He's out there. He's out there. He's.
I'm ready.
I was gonna say, angry Fendel. I don't ever want to see angry Fendel. I don't want to ever see in my face Fendel because I'd be scared because I'd be like, well, shit, this is Fendel, and if he's like this right now, he's fucking pissed.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get me pretty riled up, but I guess when people when I try to help musicians in Web 2 and they just clown me, oh man, does that just set me off, man?
Yeah.
That's just it. That is just it's horrible because I really care, man. I want a better existence. I want a better future for musicians. We deserve a hell of a lot better, for how hard, people work for the music and how much we appreciate it and how much we love it. I mean, I was born for this, like this is exactly who I am. And like people put their whole lives, they go to school for it, they pay money for it, these institutions, like to go to fancy music schools and whatnot and play gigs for the same pay for 25, 30 years. I don't really want to sound like I'm bitching about it. I just want something way better for people. And then when they clown me, oh man, I flip, man. That is just one way to just set me off, is when people don't trust me and I'm just like, no, I actually do this.
Yeah.
And I try to tell people that there's this amazing community of musicians on Tezos, that really cares about each other and supports each other, and not like Facebook, where it's just awful. And I know great musicians, world-class musicians, all over the world, and they just they don't trust me, or they don't trust crypto, or they don't trust NFTs, and then and they're not willing to learn a new skill set. And I think that's really mostly what it is, and that's really unfortunate. I think sometimes I'm like, you guys should be more adaptable, like you should listen and try to make a new way, but I don't know. I'm just gonna keep on going.
I was gonna say, Nate, maybe next time when you get into that conversation, if you feel it starting up, you go, well, okay, so how is it working for you the way things are right now? Can you tell me that you don't want to try something else? Oh, what, you want to bitch about the whole SoundCloud thing or whatever? Well, okay, well, so why not come over here and try this out? Like, shit, guys. Yeah, I'm I've been very fortunate with all of my conversations about Web3 in that in my life, the people that I know, I've always been interested in things that no, not many other people are. So for me in my day-to-day life, even before Web3, NFTs, and any of this stuff, everything that I wanted to talk to people about was like, they look at me like I was coming from fucking outer space. Like I can tell you, like 3D printing, there's not people I can sit here and talk about 3D printing to on a daily basis, and
Oh, we're gonna start a whole new stream about 3D printing on Thursday.
oh fuck, Willie.
It's gonna be WXAP Thursdays with 3D printing.
Let me know how the
More to come on that.
let me know how the HR department feels about that. But yeah, and any
She
of
doesn't
my
know yet.
any of my nerding stuff, like when I'm messing with electronics or Raspberry Pis or fucking any of this stuff, but it's like I've been quite used to most of the people I know just humoring me and going, we love you, buddy, whatever, and move along. So then honestly I just stopped. So maybe they won a little bit, I guess. Wag Me Wine though helped me out with the Web3 thing.
No, I don't think they won. They
Nope.
just missed out.
Yeah, that's right. I'm keeping it all to myself. All you people here. All right. Well, folks, 10:59. This is it. This is the hard cutoff from the soft cutoff that we had earlier.
All I want to say is, Fendel, don't let people tell you that you're an asshole because you're passionate about things. Those two very huge different things, and I don't want be passionate, man. So we love
Yeah,
you.
they don't really tell me I'm an asshole too much, you know. Like I went hard on that one guy, and you know what? I was pretty salty with the dude just because he he egged me on. He wanted to have an argument, and I was willing to have that argument because I've been doing this for nearly 3 years now, and I believe in these, collab contracts, and I see like how powerful they can be, but and then so like so I was pretty salty with the guy, and then insulted him, his intelligence, which he probably didn't know anything that I was trying to explain to him anyway. So
Yeah.
at that point, it's just like, whatever. But I think mostly my friends do trust me, but they're not willing to learn a new skill set, and then I just can't help them, and I'm like, I don't know I don't really know what to say to it. Maybe it's an onboarding problem, or something. um but it's not for lack of me trying. I did onboard 24 people onto Tezos in 2021,
Hell
in the
yeah.
beginning of 2022. That is to say, none of those people, except for Bill Knight, here in Seattle, has continued, with it.
Fucking Bill Knight's legend, man. Bill Knight rolling out the drops.
He is so prolific, that guy.
And nobody
he
in this
such
space
an
is going to say you
amazing-
haven't done your work on trying to
Yeah.
onboard people.
I did really make a push for it. I'm probably too early. And then
Bill
and then it,
Knight's
and then
going to be that other breakout star is all.
yeah, and then it just got to the point where I was like, oh, nobody's really hanging out here and making a good go of it, and then all of the clowning, and then I'm just like, I just felt like I was beating my head against the wall for I wasn't really sure why at that point. I'm like, well, this isn't really working that well, so I should really be focusing my energy on on doing collabs and recording, and really like going hard on recording, and which you guys know, like the proof is there, like it's don't need to say anything. It's all on the blockchain. You know, like I've been going hard on this for a long time, and just I love it. You know, so I just love it. I look forward to waking. I mean, I'll go down to Pike Place Market. I'll be mixing for 2 hours before I go to work, just because I'm so like excited about music and the possibilities and how many amazing tools, you know, we have these days with you know, MIDI and VSTs, you know, virtual instruments. And I mean, in the 70s, I'd be calling up my buddy and try to load like a Hammond B3 around, you know, or we live in an amazing time for music production, you know?
That's so true.
And so, like, I guess I just want to put my energy more into the actual making of music rather than trying to, like, convince people of something, you know?
No, you put in a good push, put in a good effort. You got 24 people in, so let's just boom. That's the next step.
Yeah, and they're there. So like that's not, you know, that is to say it's not terrible. Like, you know, it's not like they're just not active, but you know, it's not like they couldn't be again, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's a lot of people around here, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people have faded out for just a minute. Take a break.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So I haven't like given up on those people, and at least, you know, they believed at least that they had, you know, enough, you know, I don't know, enough energy or like capacity to learn something new and take that step to, you know, better their position with their music and try to create a new, you know, open up their music to a new audience at least, you know, second or so, you know, maybe they'll come back, and I gotta believe that they will at some point, you know.
They'll come back and they're going to bring people with them.
Yeah, I think so. And I do agree with you about you know, proof of attendance protocols and, you know, ticketing as being a pretty, I would say, like one of the first ways, you know, that we'll see that kind of adaptation in the future. I could definitely see that, but I'm very interested in, you know, that kind of, if we see something like Bandcamp that has physical, you know, CDs, tapes, you know, whatever it is, you know, vinyl attached to, you know, digital collectible, you know, NFTs and stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that is such a game changer.
Right? Like buying an NFT and getting an ornament. Huh?
Exactly.
Huh? Sorry.
Hey, great callback.
Nope. That's stuff.
You only have another day and a half until the drawing.
Oh yeah, Fendel, you bought one too. Hey, you picked one up. Thank you very much. If I didn't say that already, thank you.
Oh yeah,
Appreciate
my pleasure. It was funny because I was like, I gotta have the gold one. I gotta have the gold one. I was like, oh, the gold one is like,
it's the cheap one. Well, and you're in for the draw at the end of the week to win you'll get your gold one, but you'll also be in the draw for the 3-color that's up for grabs. So
I saw that. Yeah, that's exciting.
That's dope. All right.
Yeah, it's super cool.
That's where we're gonna.
I know in there it says, you know, if you're out of the U.S. or Canada, that shipping is extra. I'm gonna cover the shipping for me, Rush Tito, or Max Sutton if they're out of the country. I know me is. I don't know where Max is.
I think Max is in America.
And Mal's in Canada, right? So.
Yeah. So if anybody else decides to purchase one.
So I'll cover the shipping.
Oh shit! It says the host is having connection issues. Give it a sec. Okay, we better fucking end this right now because No, it did. It just literally it popped up on my bit screen. So if it's saying that,
we gotta. Finno's gonna play us out, right?
yeah, no, and that's what I say. So all right, folks, let's speed it up here right now because I remember the last time that somebody said that we got cut out. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, everybody that's down here listening to us right now. If you missed the beginning of it, you should definitely go back and check it out in the recordings. Our guest tonight was Scott Bateman. He's created a movie called 5,000 Space Aliens. You can also find him as 5,000 Space Aliens on Twitter. There is links up at the top right now if you're interested in clicking on any of those to watch the movie that he has created or check out his NFTs. Next week, we have Joe Rogan's dad will be our guest here on the Night Train at 9 p.m. Eastern. We are here every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern doing this, chatting to artists about the art and the journey.
The 26th will be off for Christmas and Boxing Day.
Yeah, I think I might just throw a random clip show together. I'll talk to you about that later, but it'll be funny, or it'll be really horrible. One of the two. Yeah, and then Boxing Day we're gonna take a little break off. So, we're here pretty much every Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern for almost a year and a half. So we'll be here again next week. So make sure you come and join us. Support your local artist. Retweet, tweet.